Good evening. I call to order this June 30th, 2026 meeting of the Blair Mayor and City Council for our fifth Tuesday special meeting about the budget. I am Mindy Rump, the Mayor of Blair, and I'm pleased that you have joined us this evening. This is a public meeting and you are a part of the process, so I encourage you to participate, share your thoughts, and ask questions. I'd like you to feel as comfortable as possible, and I will do everything that I can to make sure that your voice is heard. We do have several rules to help us proceed with the meeting, and I ask that you please keep them in mind. If you have a cell phone, please turn it off. If you need to take a call, step outside the chamber. When you wish to speak, simply raise your hand and I will call you forward. We have no podium tonight, so you can just come forward and speak if you would like to. We have that opportunity for the public. Brenda Wheeler, our city clerk, must record who you are, so please state your name, spell your last name, and state your address, and keep your remarks brief. Please direct your remarks to either myself, city council, or members of the city staff. A copy of the Open Meetings Act has been posted by both exits, and we will begin this evening with a roll call of members.
Banner.
Present.
Paulson.
I am here.
Brown.
Here.
Wolf.
Here.
Willis.
Here.
Clark.
Here.
Letcher.
Yep.
Highfield.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. If you would please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item number 4, approval of the minutes from the June 23rd meeting.
Second.
Why did you see? Who moved it?
I did.
Clark. Okay.
Clark and
Kevin.
Kevin,
Kevin.
second. Willis, thank you. Please register your vote.
All council members present voting aye.
Motion passes. Item number 5, fiscal year budget 26-27, question and answer session, which will include department discussions on funding priorities for the next fiscal year. Mr. Green?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, and good evening, council members. Thank you for being here tonight. This is a workshop, so it is intended to be a conversation. Please don't make me sit here and just speak on my own for the next several hours. But you'll see that we have lots of our staff department heads with us here as well. This is going to be kind of an interaction time, an opportunity for them to talk with you about what their initial desires were, and at least my philosophical approach with these department heads is to let them come before you and explain to you all of the different things that they strongly feel they need for their departments. And I would back them up almost 100% that all of these things are going to be important for them at some point in time. As you know, though, you never rarely get everything that you want in life all at the same time. And so there's compromises and there's challenges and there's limitations that the state of Nebraska places upon us as a municipality. There are expectations that you have and the citizens that you represent have for controlling spending. And so we need to keep all of those things in mind, even while we're trying to provide the quality of care and service that everyone deserves and everyone wants to give here. So I'll spend a little bit of time tonight kind of going over some general philosophical things regarding the budget, just to make sure that you don't have any questions regarding that. A little bit about transformations and changes that keep happening at the state level and how those will impact us this year and especially starting next year as you face that budget down the road. And then we'll have time for all the different departments, as I said, to come up and talk. We will move through this as quickly as we can, but I anticipate that it can take a while because there's a lot of detail for you to consider. Another thing to consider too is this is my 4th budget that I've had an opportunity to present to you as the council. Each of them is a little bit different at times. This one is coming to you for this budget workshop a month ahead of time, and it's going to be reflected in that. This is probably the rough draft budget that I've presented to you. It is not a balanced budget right now. There's over $1 million just in the general fund that needs to be taken care of somehow. That could be through transfer of additional funds. You could spend down, some of the capital that you have, some of the cash that you have on hand, although that is being limited based on what we've done in the past. Or obviously there are cuts that potentially would need to be made. Those are the challenges that you face The department heads will again be presenting the desires that they had. I'll mention the different things that, as I talked with Mayor Rump, we've decided up front may not be able to be accomplished this particular year. But again, even with the things that we are suggesting maybe we can't do now, doesn't mean we don't need to do them sometime. And that's the balance that all of you are going to have as we continue to move forward. So any additional or introductory questions that anybody may have before I get started? All right, if not, let me just review for you so you kind of understand, and for the citizens who either are here or are listening some point in time, kind of just the overall structure of the budget. One of the terms that you will hear a lot tonight is the term funds, F-U-N-D-S. The city has multiple different funds, and the way I like to describe a fund, because the image-wise it kind of helps, is each individual fund think of as a big bucket that can hold water. And as you pour water in, those are revenues that are being received into that fund. And then as you choose to spend money, you take water out of that particular bucket. The ultimate goal is to at least maintain water that's in that bucket. Sometimes you're going to grow it and it's going to increase from year to year. Other times you're going to actually spend down that bucket a little bit based upon maybe resources that you've been allocating for a certain project sometimes down the road. But there's a variety of different funds. We do have the ability to transfer monies between funds if we need to, but those are somewhat limited depending upon what fund you're talking about. The main fund that we deal with the most is called the general fund, and it's pretty standard for all municipalities and levels of government. And the general fund provides the general services that most people think of when they think of municipal services. And so all of the administrative staff, the police department, fire departments, parks, library, the community development area, all of that is in the general fund. There is one large area of receiving in income in the general fund, and that's distributed then to all of those different divisions, you might call them, that are in the general fund. Then you do have a few proprietary or enterprise funds that exist on their own. One would be the water fund, and the other is the wastewater fund. Each of those has their own revenue stream for the user fees that are paid, and then there's expenditures that go out of those. All of the employees that either work full-time or at least part of their efforts are in support of those enterprise funds have their salaries taken from those funds. And so they're kind of isolated from that standpoint. Occasionally, some municipalities do transfers out of those funds. One of the things that Blair historically has done is that we split some of the salaries up into different funds. So for myself, since I end up overseeing all of the municipal functions, some of my salary is taken from the administration piece of the general fund. Some of it comes from the water fund. Some comes from the wastewater fund. And the same would be true for other employees, depending upon how much time they spend in these different areas. You have a few other special purpose funds that exist. One would be called the debt fund. And the debt fund basically is the holding bucket, again, using that bucket analogy, the holding bucket for long-term debt. So if the city happens to be doing something in 1 year and it's a project that we have revenue for and we do the work and we pay for it, that's all just done through those regular funds. But if we borrow money, and especially if it's going to be multiple years as it's being paid back, there's a transfer that happens into the debt fund, and that's where the debt kind of resides. And then ultimately some income needs to be placed into that. It's one of the few funds that actually has its own piece of the property tax levy that goes into the debt fund. And then the payments for those debts, those annual interest and principal payments, come out of that debt fund. And so that debt fund can be used in a variety of different ways, depending on what projects are being done. Another fund that exists is the sales tax fund. And so as residents and visitors to the town are purchasing things here in town and paying their sales tax, that's collected by the state, eventually sent back to us, and goes into this special fund, and then we can pay for certain projects out of that fund. But they're usually transfers, not just individual little payments. One of the things that you will notice when we talk about the general fund revenue side is the huge amount of sales tax that we currently transfer from the sales tax fund into the general fund for the purpose of property tax reduction. If we did not do that transfer and yet you kept the expenses the same, you would have to almost triple your levy. But the citizens need to understand that it's sales tax that is helping to keep their property taxes low because of that transfer. But you can only spend $1 once. And so if you choose to transfer it into the general fund and spend it, it's not available for special projects around town. It's not available for special equipment purchases around town, even though we can do all those kinds of things for the sales tax fund. Finally, there's a couple other miscellaneous funds like the Keno Fund. And so as people are playing Keno at various establishments around town, there's a percentage fee set by state standard, state law that gets collected and then transferred to the city. And those can be used for community betterment projects. And so there's a variety of things around town that are enhancements to the community for the betterment of the community that if we think outside the box don't necessarily have to be funded by the general fund and by property taxes or sales tax, but can be funded through these Keno funds. Another special fund like that is the hotel occupation tax that we have. And again, philosophically, that hotel occupation tax is collected on those who are obviously staying in the hotels. They're oftentimes visitors from out of town, of course. Well, you tend then to want to use those hotel occupation tax funds to help support other activities that might encourage other people to come to Blair. And so we've used it numerous times here recently for the art alley projects and some things like that, because those are things that might entice someone to come to Blair, spend a night, spend a weekend here for a special program that's going on, and then they would contribute themselves through their hotel stay for some of those special projects. So that's kind of an example of the various kinds of funds that you're going to see in the booklet as we go through it tonight. And let me stop and say right now, and I probably should have mentioned it earlier, and we'll mention it several other times, huge thanks to David Scott and for his skill in helping to put this book together. I am very, very grateful to you as the council for supporting the request last year to add this other deputy position to the city staff, and he's been a tremendous asset for us, helping in numerous ways, but especially on the finance side and in this budget side. So he's done the vast bulk of this work, and I greatly appreciate his time and effort. And yes, I'm going to drag him up here to answer questions as we get started on kind of the details of the budget here in a few minutes. A couple other background things. Again, revenue sources. There's a variety of different revenue sources on how the city is able to collect money. The one that's talked about the most, and it's a very hot topic around Nebraska these days, is property taxes. Nobody likes to pay property tax. That's just the reality of it. And yet it's a necessary part of our financing of local governments here in Nebraska. But we try hard to keep property taxes as low as possible. And every year the legislature is scheming some way to try to keep us from raising any more property taxes. Along with the property tax idea of getting revenue that way is the associated concept of the levy. And the levy is basically a percentage amount of how much the value of someone's property is going to be taxed. Now, keep in mind, we live in a inflationary time period, both for just regular inflation as well as home pricing. And that's one of the downsides of having a limited housing stock, is that tends then to accentuate the home values that are out there. And so every year, the county assessor, has nothing to do with us as the municipality, but the county assessor has the responsibility of trying to determine what the market value is for properties in town. And you get that horrible little postcard, once a year if you're a property owner, that tells you what their new valuation estimate is. You can contest that if you've got some good data and statistics, but ultimately they're trying to figure out what is the market value of that property. Then when we go to do our property tax asking, we ultimately start with a dollar amount that we're asking for, but then you compare that dollar amount to the maximum value that the county, that the assessor's office says exists within the municipality, within our corporate boundaries. And based upon those two numbers, there's a ratio of what that dollar amount represents, and that is the mill levy. And it's usually represented as so many cents per $100 of valuation. And the way the math always works is if the value of the property goes up, if you were going to bring in the same dollar amount, your levy has to drop because it's a ratio between those two things. If you left the levy the same, but values go up, you're always going to see an increase in the actual tax taking. And I would say 5 to 10 years ago, it was very common for municipalities to play the game where we would keep the levy consistent and we loved those valuation increases because that always meant you were going to be taking in more and more revenue. And yet you could always tell the citizens, we didn't increase your levy. Well, the state even realized that was going on, and so a lot of the more recent rules that are in place all deal with the actual dollar amount of the tax taking, not the levy amount itself. But you'll see on some of the charts that we provided for you in the packet that our levy has consistently been going down over the last 3-4 years. And that's again partly because of the increase in valuation that we've seen in town. It's partly because of the hard work that the council has put in trying to limit what those increases are, and especially then using some of those other revenue sources. So property tax is a very, very important one, but it's not the most significant dollar amount. In fact, in the packet that was put together for you, you do have a chart in there, a pie chart that shows both the departments and kind of the revenue expenses that are estimated to be there. But you'll also see that I think there's another chart in there that deals with the mill levy and historically what has happened. So it's like the 4th or 5th page down in the summary section. And so that levy amount per $100 has been decreasing over the years. There are other ways that municipalities have income coming in, and that's through both user fees as well as occupation taxes. User fees are examples of when someone applies for a building permit, and there's a cost associated with that particular permit. And that necessarily isn't just a random out of the blue cost. It's to try to represent how much time a staff person has to take to help service that permit. It could be anything from the building department clerk who has to, first receipt it in and keep track of it and do some paper processing over time, to the building inspector and others who are going to be looking into things. We have zoning permits, and they all have a fee. But there's also mailings that need to be done. There's staff time to go out and post signs and take care of various aspects of zoning processes. So a lot of these user fees are tied back into the idea that, well, the person who's asking for that activity should ultimately be supporting and paying for that activity. It's not a perfect balance. If we had more staff time and more researchers, I would love to have them doing some research on, okay, how many hours really are spent on projects, and how close are we to actually bringing in enough user fee to be paying for that? Because if you don't have the user fees to pay for it, it's going to be paid for through property tax, because ultimately that's the source of all those funds. And the way I like to describe it on some of these user fees is, why should your neighbor who's not doing any of that activity end up paying for part of that person's time when it's not really benefiting them at all? So having user fees at a sufficient level to provide the income for the service that's provided through those user fees is a good thing, and something that we should be evaluating on a regular basis. Finally, the other one is occupation taxes. Blair doesn't have a lot of occupation taxes that we issue right now. The hotel motel tax would be probably the largest one and the biggest dollar amount that we get in. But as we have spoken with you before, and I think at last year's budget hearing, we talked a little bit more intensively about occupation taxes. That is an area that you might want to consider in the future trying to do more with. But it ends up being a tax. But it's an occupation tax that's based more on, say, a business's size or their capacity, the kind of activity that goes on there. It can't look like and act like a sales tax, but it oftentimes is tied into the activity that takes place. And it's just one more area where the municipality can receive a little bit of revenue based on the activity that someone is doing in town, benefiting from the fact that the town exists and they're utilizing those things. Finally, you'll just want to pay attention as we go forward with the contingent reserves and necessary cash reserves that each of the funds has. because ultimately at the end of the year, you want to make sure each of your buckets has a little bit of water still in it, that it's not empty, because you need to be prepared for unforeseen things that might come down the road. So that's kind of the overall structure of what we'll be looking at when you look at your budget. Keep in mind the funds and the various revenue sources and how things are going to be spent. Let me spend a few minutes just talking a little bit about statutory changes that have taken place in Nebraska recently and things that are coming up here shortly. The levy limit still exists. There is a limit on what the municipality can ultimately have as that levy percentage, but we have always been significantly lower than what the state limit is. Right now, the state of Nebraska still limits local municipalities at 45 cents per $100 of valuation. Again, we're at 28 something, so we've got a lot of capacity if you had to raise that levy limit. So it's 45 cents plus an additional 5 cents for any interlocal agreements that you may have that cause you to expend money. You can count that money towards that individual limit as well. Again, as I said, our current levy is 0.284501 for this current fiscal year. That is down from the year before at 0.296903, or a 4.18% decrease. So people's property tax levy went down 4% last year. How many of your constituents came up to you and thanked you for that reduction in that levy? Yeah, not very many, because again, oftentimes they just don't realize the actual real numbers that are going on out there. Now, again, if their value went up more than 4.18%, they paid more in taxes. But that may not all be, and it is not all coming to the municipality. Oftentimes that's the other taxing entities. Historically, I think municipalities end up being anywhere between about 1/4 to 33% of the actual property tax that most citizens end up paying. The vast majority ends up going to school systems.
What was the mill levy again for this year?
This year was 0.284501. So 0.284501, and there's a chart in this later on in the general fund area, I think, or maybe it's in the summaries. It's in the summaries. We'll walk through that here in just a second, and you can see what that number is. There were some statutory changes that kicked in last year. So the current budget year that we're in was the very first year where this was true. It continues to be true going forward. That there is now. There used to be what was called a limit on restricted funds. And so they categorized certain funds like property taxes, sales taxes, some other revenues that came in as restricted funds, and you were limited on how much of those restricted funds that you could bring in for any one year. That's been eliminated. The only restriction right now is on property taxes themselves, but it's a sharper and a more detailed limit that they put on how much property taxes can grow from year to year. The formula that the state enacted is that your property tax request in real dollars, not in the levy, but in the real dollars, cannot be any more than the previous year's adjusted inflation that the state calculates, as well as then real growth in your community. Now, the index that the state chose to use for that inflation index is not just the consumer price index or some other index that's out there. It's specifically called the State and Local Consumption Expenditure and Gross Investment Index. And that index tends to run higher than what some other indexes people are used to, or the general inflation rate. This year, the state's calculated again for us, and it's 5.26%. So that's an important number to understand. Think of it this way, that they do an analysis in the Midwest of what the expenditures are for municipalities and how much they're growing, and they look at that as kind of the government inflation rate. And therefore they allow you to consider that when it comes to the growth of your tax asking. So that's 5.26%.
That's 26, 27.
That's for this upcoming year, 26, 27, correct. Last year it was 5.17. So it's actually slightly higher than last year's was even. They also then say that you can increase by that amount plus whatever the real growth is in your community. Now, real growth is not that nasty postcard that shows up and shows your property valuation going up 8%. If that's all that is and you didn't do any improvements to the property, that's not real growth and that's not counted at all. Real growth is only the new construction that takes place in the community, from brand new buildings or major additions and remodels that take place. Those would be considered to be real growth. The huge challenge that we face is we don't get that number from the county until at least August 20th. And the budget has to be approved in September. So there's very, very little time to make a last minute adjustment based on that number. And so what David did in putting this together was he combined the 5.26% that the state had already designated as that inflation index, and we're estimating 3% real growth. That may be low, that may be high. If you look historically over the last 4 or 5 years, when lots of good construction had been going on in Blair, 3% was low. Last year, our real growth was 1.3%.
Thank you. What was our projection for that?
We started out with, I think, 2, maybe something like that. So I had
we're
to,
too far off.
yeah, so I had to adjust it just slightly. But the valuation last year came in higher too. So the overall value came in higher, but the real growth number came in slightly lower. We had to make a few minor adjustments at the very end. And again, we're a month earlier than we were last year. So this is a pretty rough budget. You will be seeing probably at every council meeting, if not at least every the 2 meetings that I'm still going to be around at the end of the months coming up. You'll probably see a little bit of a wrap up from me and maybe more handouts, more discussions about what kind of things we're looking at doing. And we do expect to get a lot more feedback from you as we move forward from tonight. So those 2 numbers added together, obviously the 5.26 and 3% estimate would give you 8.26% potential growth within the limit of the state. That's a fairly healthy number for us to deal with. I would not necessarily anticipate, going much beyond that unless you had one of those times of exceptional growth. And we've had some really exceptional growth over the last 5-6 years. There were times where we had 20% real growth in town. That's pretty significant. And again, we've got some larger industrial facilities that are under construction now, have been under construction this year, that you'll begin to see then a little bit in this year's, but even more in the following year's numbers. So those will help, down the road sometime. And that's one of the philosophical things I think you'll hear me argue for is we've spent a lot over the last couple of years. We've added some key positions in multiple different departments around the city. I feel like those were very, very essential for us to be able to provide the service that was expected. Unfortunately, all that came at a time where it was kind of at the lull of a lot of this large construction. Hopefully that large construction is picking up again, both from the industrial side as well as what we're seeing now on the housing side. So all of those things are going to help increase the value around town, which will help us with this real growth number.
Phil, when is that figure accounted for? So for example, is Blair Crossing already accounted in last year's growth, or would it be in this year's growth, or will it be in next? Is it because there's different phases?
And the timing is always weird to think about. The way I usually try to describe it is the assessor's job each year is to take a snapshot on January 1 and estimate what value was on that day.
Okay.
So that's the date that they're trying to start with. So when you get your postcard valuation of what they say your house or property, if you own a commercial building or something like that, that's an estimate as of January 1st of that particular year. And so if you think about Blair Crossing, a lot of construction happened post that, but some was before. So they have to just kind of guesstimate on what that value might be as of January 1st. Then they go through the notification process, let you know what that value is. You have the right to protest. Then we get into the summer months where they're pulling all that data together now collectively for the whole city. And then ultimately by August 20th, have to issue out what they say now is the total value inside the city limits. And then that's the magic number that we get to run with.
And to follow up on that, and if you don't know, that's fine, but I'm just trying to get a better understanding of how they ascertain this is.
Yep.
So for example, was it Elk Ridge? Is that the south? No, that's, what's the new development on the
Bear
south?
Creek.
Bear Creek.
Bear
Thank
Creek,
you.
oh yeah.
So will they add that value as each property is developed there, or do they kind of look at the properties or the development as a whole?
Well, every single parcel will have its own value.
Okay.
Yeah, but obviously right now it's all bare ground and no infrastructure there. Once infrastructure gets put in, that will increase their estimate of what that lot is then worth. And so whenever that happens, so theoretically, if grading is done this year, but most of the infrastructure isn't put in before January 1st, there'll be very, very little value on any of those individual lots. A year later, all the infrastructure in place, all the streets are in place. Now each of those lots, may be valued at $25,000, $30,000 per lot. But obviously some of them then will have a house either under construction or a house on it. And that's one of the reasons why when you look at your tax statement, you'll have a value for the property and then a value for the structures that are on it. They try to keep those two things separate and distinct because oftentimes the inflation is more on the structure, not on the property itself. And so they try to keep those as consistent as they can. It's a challenging, job for them to do. The frustrating thing from a municipal perspective is we're trying to put this budget together at a time when we really don't have those numbers.
Sure.
And it's going to be worse next year. Because some of the legislation that was passed this last year that doesn't kick in until next budget year moves up the time frame. Now, I'm not an expert because no one's had to go through this yet, and so we haven't really experienced it. It's just been trying to read the legislation and then go to a few of the courses that we've gone to. But my understanding is they've tried to move up these kinds of budget hearings to roughly this time of the year. Again, we're a little unique in how early we like to talk about budget type things. But the dreaded postcard meeting that I'm going to mention here next actually gets moved up into, I think, the month of June. David, does that recall right, or something like that? That postcard meeting for next year?
They moved it to July.
July, yeah, maybe it's early in July sometime. Which again, they're having you do a public meeting to talk about your upcoming budget at a time where you don't even know what your valuations are, because they can't make the county do that any faster than what they're doing it right now. So it's going to be a little bit of a cluster next year on how all of that looks. The one thing I do want to mention about the postcard meeting as well is it has a separate value limit for whether you need to go to that meeting or not. Now, Blair's been pretty fortunate. We've never had to attend one of those postcard meetings because we were going over the value increase that they stipulate that you have to do. I visited the meetings, but we've not had to go there and speak. Again, from a property tax taking, that limit, again, is that inflation rate, 5.26 for this year, plus whatever the real value is going to, or real growth is going to be. But to avoid that joint county meeting, it's that real growth number plus only 2%, not the 5.26%. So there's a 3.26% swing there. Where you may meet the statutory ability to raise that much money, but now you have to go to that meeting and try to explain why you need that kind of revenue. And that meeting happens so late into the process in September itself that you really barely have time to do any adjustments if you were going to at all. So lots of the municipal folks have just been frustrated that what's the point of this other than to be embarrassed and have to go hold another public hearing. And you've seen tonight that, some of the citizens are here. That's great, but not very many are here to listen and learn a little bit more about their budget. And now you're doing it at a time where you can't hardly really change anything in the first place because you're almost out of time. And what are you going to do? We have, as staff, always taken the position that we want to avoid that meeting if we can. And again, so far we've been able to do that. And we'll have some conversations at probably my last meeting at the end of August about what we can do to avoid that, because at that point in time, we'll know exactly what the county's valuation number is for us and what numbers we have to reach to be able to miss that meeting. All right. So any questions on kind of fundamentally the structure of the budget, funds that are out there, revenue sources? All right, a couple of the other pages, and Ben, I think, had passed out some of these to you tonight. You've got one set of 11 by 17 sheets. This is a breakdown of all of our different positions at the city level. and when their hiring date was, whether they get any of the, let's see, I guess the COLA is on here.
No COLA.
I think it's marked COLA, but it's not, is it, Ben?
The COLA is not on the 11x7.
Come up here real quick.
Okay.
Because I think we decided this heading was wrong. This is the isn't this the longevity?
Look at that.
Yeah. Oh, nice one. Yeah, it's not on yours.
Uh,
Or maybe mine's an older one. I don't know. What'd you print for them?
yeah, when I reprinted it, I missed that header.
Okay.
Apologies.
So it's the longevity percentage or not?
They're
Or-
not seeing what you're seeing, so they don't have this.
Okay.
They have this.
You don't have the longevity on here at all then?
Correct.
Okay. Never mind. I just wondered what that percentage was. So anyway, these are all of the staff positions that we have. Some of them are in different colors. The green ones are the open spots that we have. I'll have you pay attention to the buff ones, and then along with the buff ones are another one of the 8.5 by 11 pages. We have 5 positions that we are recommending to you to have a grade increase because of their good hard work, because of their superior performance, and sometimes because of comparability with some other communities and similar positions that have been brought to our attention. And so what you can see for these 5 individuals, and greatly appreciate their hard work and their devotion, you'll see the columns for fiscal year 26 and now fiscal year 27 recommendations. And then as you move over to the right-hand side, the hourly differences, annual differences between what those increases would be. And then it ultimately compares to the current year's numbers. So if you have any questions on those, I'd be happy to address those. But all of those, again, are based on recommendations either from their immediate supervisors, from one of us at the senior level, or from the mayor. Other than those changes, this particular fiscal year, we're not recommending to you any major structural changes in positions. You will hear from some of the departments, though, about key positions that they really could use. They would consider them to probably be essential, but we've not included for one reason or another in this year's budget. Mayor and I spent a lot of time kind of talking about pros and cons. Again, you as a group are the one who ultimately have to make the decision on some of these positions. Any one position, I will tell you that we could probably make adjustments across the board to handle one position if that one was deemed to be critical by the whole council. You know, it's very, very difficult to add multiple staff during a time when numbers seem to be somewhat more limited. Last thing I want to mention is one of the things you've been really, really good on too the last several years, and we don't have the detailed breakdown that we've provided in the last couple of years for you, but that is kind of what I've called the workload burden by some of our senior staff. Some put in a tremendous number of hours on a regular, weekly, monthly basis. 2 specifically that I've really been trying to work hard on limiting them and giving them some decent quality of life is our treasurer and finance director, Sarah, and then our city clerk, Brenda. Both have made progress at times, but frankly, staffing challenges have been probably the hardest obstacle for them because that really is the challenge. There's so much work in their area that they need to have other dependable staff that can do work in their departments. And when those staff are not there because either there's been changes, people have taken positions and then left after 6 or 9 months, or just we're not meeting a satisfactory performance level, and we moved on to other additional staff. Every time that happens, it's just a kind of a little bit of a setback for us. So those 2 positions are really the 2 that I'm focusing on at least the rest of my time here, and think they deserve a lot of, number one, your appreciation, but just your care and concern and encouragement that hopefully we can hire some staff that will be of benefit to them and be able to let them get closer to a reasonable amount of time. I've always told our senior staff that 45 hours a week is kind of a minimum that you should expect to have to be putting in. There's going to be times where it's going to be over that amount. There's times it's going to be under, but that ends up being then about 90 hours or so per pay period. And both of those individuals consistently run over 100 hours per pay period, oftentimes 110, 120 hours a pay period. You stop and think about that in a pay period that's 2 weeks and ultimately is 80 hours. Our hourly employees get paid for every single additional hour they work over that 80. These salaried individuals, yes, are compensated well with that salary, but to have to basically work 3 weeks every two and not get, in any sense, kind of further compensated for that is tough to do month after month after month. And so hopefully we'll be able to kind of solve that problem going forward. Any questions so far? All right. If you want to look in the packet then real quick, again, there's those summary pages. I told you there's the pie chart. So if you kind of wanted to see what departments or divisions tend to be having the larger expenditures, you can kind of see that listed for you. David put together kind of a 2-page synopsis based on those divisions on what they're asking for is, and you'll see that on the general fund piece, we're about $1 million short, as I mentioned earlier, on that. Now, again, a variety of different ways that we can resolve that issue if we need to, but we're either going to have to figure out other revenue sources or reductions in expenditures for all of those. You can see several of the other funds that are listed and the net balance at the end of the year for some of those. One we'll talk a lot about later on when CJ's up here is going to be wastewater. We started to try to resolve some issues that we were having with the wastewater fund last year. We were slightly successful with that, but we have probably an even bigger hole to have to kind of work on this year. And most of it's because of revenues. We've really realized that we were not bringing in the level of revenue over the years that we should have. Those of you who've been on the council for a long time know that it was easy to go a decade or more without seeing any increase in what you were getting as revenue from the wastewater system, and just not increasing the rates. And if you know anything about utility systems, you have to keep current with your real costs. Otherwise, you're just going to eat yourself into a huge hole. And we've kind of gotten ourselves into that point. And if you're not careful, then all of a sudden you don't even have revenue enough to pay back anything that you may need to borrow for some short-term maintenance. But we'll, again, talk about that more in just a minute. This page that deals with the actual estimated and proposed budget, we didn't have a chance even to finish out filling out for this year. Again, you'll get an updated one of those at future council meetings going forward. And then the last page that's kind of in that section is a form that kind of lays out for us about the last 15 years of levy amounts and valuation increases. And this is just a form that helps us internally begin to split things out. One of the things you'll see when we get into the individual funds and then the departments that go with those is that when it comes to property taxes, there are 3 funds that we get a tranche or a drawdown of property taxes in. The largest one is in the general fund, but we also bring in property taxes into the street fund and then as well into debt service. And depending upon the street fund and especially the debt service fund and how much debt is having to be repaid at a certain period of time, you have to have a mill levy that's high enough to pay off the debt that's in that fund. And what you'll see, and especially the very bottom line with the blue numbers that are out there, you'll notice in the kind of the middle column that's marked as debt, that the levy amount for the debt fund goes up substantially. And that's because of the public safety bond. It's great to get a public safety bond and be able to buy radios and new vehicles and do some other improvements that were all necessary, but you got to pay that back, and you end up paying it back here. And the levy that's in the debt fund area, if you will, is just a part of your municipal levy. But if your ultimate goal is not to see that overall levy go up too much, well, if your debt one has to go up, what's going to happen to one of the other ones? You're going to have to lower one of the other levies someplace else, or you're going to see a fairly substantial increase. Right now, it's showing an overall increase this year of 8.84% for that levy. I don't anticipate that we're going to be able to maintain that number. I'm not sure that you want to maintain that number, even if we can, based on the statutes. Again, that's just the hard part of dealing with the finances that we have right now. Now, again, we do a variety of different things, and I'll talk about them more in a minute. One of them is the use of our sales tax, but you can only use $1 once again. And if you use it to offset property tax to help keep those low, then it's just money you don't have to be able to spend someplace else. So that's a key number for us to have to work on and massage as we go forward. David, why don't you come join me up here? As we start kind of going through the individual department areas. Again, David's been a huge asset for me. What we're going to talk a little bit first on is the general fund revenue. So keep in mind, with the general fund, there are all these different divisions, I tend to call them, in the general fund. It's our administration, police department, fire, not excluding all the rescue activities because they have a kind of a separate funding source. But the animal control shelter building, some of the responsibility that we have for that is all in here. Library, as I said, some of those other uses that are out there. But all of those have one combined revenue source into that general fund. So it's the biggest bucket that we have of all. And you always start with carryover cash. So that's going to be the very first top line item. But that carryover cash is, number one, hard to estimate and can fluctuate a lot depending upon what projects happen to be going on throughout the year. As we've done the last few years, then we've kind of yellow highlighted a couple of the line items that we felt like were significant to mention. Back to Councilman Heifel's request from last year, we have some percentage numbers that are on here, so hopefully those help you kind of see on some of the different estimates. So it's kind of divided up into between three different fiscal years. In the left hand of the financial number columns is the fiscal year 25, which is not this current fiscal year, but last fiscal year, and therefore ended last September 30th. We have actual numbers then for what we spent in that year, so you can see those real hard actual numbers. Then you have the middle three columns, which is fiscal year 26. We're in this budget year, so I can't tell you exactly how much we are going to either bring in revenue or expend on the expense side. But we have our estimates here, and these are just that. They're our best guess estimates. And then that third column is a percentage of what we think we'll actually either bring in revenue or spend in expenses compared to what the budget was for that particular year. And then finally, we have the fiscal year 27 final three columns, the two with the numbers in them, is the budget request as of today. Then the next column, the percent change from that budget to the previous budget. Not the previous estimated expense, but the previous year's budget. Okay, so you could estimate that you're going to budget exactly the same number, but you expended twice as much money for some reason, or half as much. Again, you're just dealing percentage-wise there with the budget, and then we do have a little bit of fiscal notes that are there. These notes started with the department heads, so oftentimes it was where they mentioned their request. Then if we made some changes to that, we've added some notes. David sometimes puts it up front, sometimes puts it at the end. It kind of varies depending on what the note is, but you can read the note to see maybe what requests were made that we're now recommending aren't able to be taken care of this particular year. But all of that is something that you can have a voice on. Go ahead.
Make a quick comment.
Yep.
On the opening balance, if you notice in the notes section, I put as of 6/1/2026. That's what we have in the bank account, right? That was the balance for that fund at that point. I want to point out that we don't have our audit completely done yet. Hopefully very soon. I'm hearing that we're
Close.
I hopefully have that. But generally, that would be the number you would put in here. The auditors dictate what your opening balance is going to say. We don't have that, so we're just saying, here's what we had as of the last full month. So I just wanted to point that out. Until audit's done, a lot of this is also waiting on audit. You're also waiting on the county assessor, right? So,
Correct. In your Spark packet, with the different reports that you receive at times, you'll see along with the budget report occasionally one that's called the treasurer's report. That treasurer's report is the cash balance in that particular account as of the end of the month right before that, whenever that report comes out. And so I'm holding the one from May 31st, which is the reflection of the 6/1 numbers that he's talking about. So that is something that you should be keeping an eye on if you are interested at all in just knowing what those cash balances are throughout the year as we go along. Nope, no, that's good. That's good.
Quick
So,
question.
well, go ahead.
Dave, on the full year 26 estimate, how did you come up with the actual estimate? Is that just divided by the number of months or?
Well, each line, the revenues are a little bit easier, especially like in utilities, you can kind of predict what you're gonna get each month from the whole water department or I'm sorry, and sewer department. Some of these others, you just kind of take, like your liability insurance items, you know what you pay because you pay those once a year. That's very easy to do. The rest, you're right. I just kind of try to guess, at historical data over the last couple of years and more so weighted in more recent years, just because that's more common sense for inflation.
Thank you.
It was good to have David's new eyes on some of these numbers then compared to mine because, hope springs eternal sometimes when I look at numbers and David's like, well, you're not bringing that revenue in. And so why would you think that you're going to get it? Well, we budgeted for it. Well, you're not showing that you're getting it. And so he didn't include it, which is probably the right way to look at it. On that first page then, again, just hitting the yellow highlights, $300,000 there. This is going to be one of the main issues that you're going to have to think about again this year. If you remember last year's budget, right at the very end, we made a decision to not fund a new RV park bathroom facility unit and instead use those monies for public safety, specifically in the police department. Of course, whenever you hire somebody in any department that you do it in, when you hire them, they have ongoing costs every single year. Special projects like a building or something like that tend to have, a cost maybe for one, maybe two budget cycles, and then you're kind of done with that. But people keep wanting to eat and live and pay their rent and things like that. So you end up paying for them long term. But you are going to have to make a decision again whether you feel like a bathroom facility is going to be worthwhile or not. Now, kudos to CJ and his staff and others, and Aaron, who have worked hard on putting together several layers of grants for some of these things. And so, number one, a little bit of bad news, inflation is hitting us hard on that. And so that bathroom facility is probably a good 40% more expensive now than it was a year ago. But we're covering over half of that cost, hopefully with some grants. And if you would approve that in the budget and we move forward, if we don't get those grants, then we don't go forward with the project. So we wouldn't spend anything under that scenario. But they've worked hard. So this represents the revenue that would be coming in to help compensate for that expense if you choose to go forward and do that.
Phil,
Yes, sir.
didn't we allocate some of that money for backup generators? Was that part of that?
We never did.
It was discussed
It was
to try to put together. We haven't gotten estimates yet on
For the
all of
police
that.
department?
Correct. Yeah, but we never pulled the trigger to move forward with that. We talked about it. But again, we don't even have the plans right now for what that would look like, what the cost estimates are. So
Does that mean that amount was then rolled over or?
anything we don't spend shows up as just that cash balance that we have out there, and then potentially would be available for next year. And so that always, again, back to the bucket analogy, the more water you have in the bucket starting at the beginning of the year, the better off you are right then for either special projects or just to not have to have some kind of property, tax increase. If you end up with just a little bit of water in your bucket, but that, I need to spend almost a full bucket worth this year, you're gonna have to pour a lot of water in to get a lot of water out.
So of our $634,000 cash in hand as of June 1st, potentially 250,000 of that is from the bathrooms we didn't remodel?
No, that's not what that means.
Okay.
Yeah.
We didn't do any of it. We just took it all the way out of the budget.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we pulled it out completely last year.
Okay.
And keep in mind, this is just,
guns. Yeah.
and this is just the revenue side. And so what we're saying here with that $300,000 for the federal land grant is we're hoping for 250,000 that would go towards the RV park bathroom as a matching grant, and then another 50,000 from the NRD towards that same project. So two different sources of revenue coming in so that we can spend it on the bathroom if you choose to spend it that way. Obviously, if you don't want to do the project, we don't get the revenue either.
Thank you.
Yep. And then the park grant, $140,000 there would be $90,000 for the Rhodes Park Creek improvement, and then $50,000 for trail in expansion. The trail expansion could be used almost anywhere concrete for us to do additional trail on Nebraska streets and things like that. CJ will talk more about that when he gets up. But again, this is on the revenue side, so we're trying to bring in grant revenue to allow us to do some of those projects. Then on the second page, again, still dealing with revenue. Here we have, because what you'll see on the top of the page is a lot of those user fees that we talked about, the various budget estimates for bringing in some of those user fees. Then we get into these internal transfers. And so the first yellow one, the $135,000 is the transfer from the hotel tax. And it would be used for a variety of different purposes. Number one would be the chamber agreement. And if you remember, we had paid them, I think it was 45 this year, but they really requested 60, and we said that we would look at redoing that contract with them. So we plugged in the full 60 for them on that. And then David, why don't you explain, because I know number one, it shows some of the numbers that are here, but then everything but the chamber and the property tax relief are removed. So I think this is the 60 and the 75 or something like that.
60 and 75, that's 35, correct? And then, oh, about the other,
Well, yeah. So as of right now, the 135 represents then the chamber agreement and an additional $75,000 that would be towards property tax relief. Again, whenever you see for property tax relief, that just means money that's coming in from this pocket so that you don't have to lean on property taxes. Again, depending on what that mill levy ultimately is going to be, we may need to look at even more income from some source, whether it be additional hotel tax, whether it be sales tax or something like that. But we did not, as of right now, include any other funds for makerspace support or for new display features that are listed there. Had a good meeting this morning with both Gateway Development Corporation and the Chamber office on what we need to be doing on with that marketing exhibit position. So we may be looking to add a few more dollars back into this account so that she's got some revenue to be able to deal with there. This does not include in this particular, I mean, this, again, this is more the source because it's the revenue side coming in from the hotel motel. Because again, you're trying to market the town a little bit to get people to come here sometime and visit, and then hopefully stay in the hotels. Let's see, transfer from the debt service. Again, keep in mind the debt service bucket is where the debt lives long-term. Then it needs to be brought in to pay off some of the expenses that are going to be shown in the general fund. That's what that 1.345 million is for some of the leftover public safety expenditures that we might do. Oh yeah, mostly the fire truck. Thank you. It doesn't really mention specifically the truck, but that's what it's for. If you remember that fire truck that we ordered several years ago, and it's coming this next fiscal year, so we got to be able to pay for that. And then you'll see $3 million there in property tax relief coming in from sales tax. We generate about $4.5 million in sales tax a year. And so out of that $4.5 million, $3 million of it right now goes towards keeping property taxes low in funding the general fund. So it's pretty substantial. Any questions on the revenue side? All right, if not then, the next couple pages, you get into the different breakdowns of the general fund. So this is where our different department heads are going to come up. David can stay here with me and kind of talk a little bit about some of the yellow highlighted things on the administration side. What's going to be a little bit different on all of these divisions that we're going to look at compared to the other funds that we'll get to later on is, keep in mind, you start with just expenses. we've seen all the revenue that's going to come in on the general fund. Those were those first several pages. All the rest of this for the general fund then is just going to be expenditures, spending in these different divisions. When we get eventually then into the other funds, you'll deal first with what kind of revenues are coming in. So like on the water fund or the wastewater fund, what kind of revenues are coming in, and then we'll talk about expenses. These are all just expenses. And obviously on almost every single one of our divisions, the most expensive piece is going to be our personnel and salaries. So that's what you see here. A couple of the notes are the part of the 5 references that I made earlier to the step increases or the grade increases that we're recommending for a few of our employees. Then one of the things that you'll see, and kudos to Tom White, he's worked really hard this year to try to itemize a lot of our hardware, software expenditures. Now, just because we have it listed out doesn't mean we have to spend it all this year. Tom will tell you, like any good division department head, we need it all right now, and he could do it all this next year. But there's everything from firewalls to other equipment. In fact, Tom, why don't you come on up? Join us at the big table. And one of Tom's areas is challenging too, because it kind of spreads out over various different departments and in fact impacts lots of people. So you'll see it in almost every single one of these divisions here: police, parks, library, some expenditures both on the software side and on the hardware side. But I don't know, Tom, if you want to go overall. Don't feel like you have to just stick with the administration piece here, but if you want to talk a little bit about, number one, your security concerns for the firewalls that we do have and some of the equipment that needs to be upgraded and changed, and just how that relates to these numbers.
Tom, before you start, what's your total ask for all the departments? Do you have that?
I don't have it.
Okay, I didn't add it up, and you got, like Phil said, you've got pieces in all of the departments.
Yeah. And we can give you a total combined one. That would be a good thing for us to have anyway.
So it should be worth mentioning software maintenance is kind of like a catch-all bucket for a lot of different things. So that's anything from the cost for you guys to be using Spark right now, to Jake working on the website, to the library needing something for their reservation software. So it's not all IT, but it's really anything that has to do with like a subscription, a cost with software, and associated things like that. So in every department that has a software maintenance line, I went in and put the minimum amount that we need to have in that budget to be able to maintain what we're already doing. So that's kind of a important piece, but that's, like I said, a catch-all for a lot of different things. So subscriptions and different costs like that. The other one that's in each department that would be good to look at is office equipment maintenance.
Next another one.
On the next page. So that's where the hardware comes into play. It is unfortunate timing just due to what hardware costs now. Not only because of inflation, but because of just the increase in all this AI data center stuff. Hardware costs has really gone up, but we're reaching a point now where really I would say our critical infrastructure for firewall switches, servers, and all that stuff has reached end of life, and we're kind of pushing our luck on how much longer we can kind of maintain that. So we kind of need to do a hardware refresh, and it would be better to do now before it becomes critical, but that maintains everything from the PD being able to communicate with Washington County and Douglas County for records, to the library being able to have people check out books, to file storage at City Hall for all of our stuff. So it's a pretty wide area that we need to look at, but it kind of needs to happen now.
Are the firewalls getting to the point where they're just approaching end of life and could die on us, and literally then don't work, and then you're stuck being down for an extended period of time until you get those repaired? Or is it a security thing?
It's both. It's kind of a twofold thing. One, all of our everything that we have has been end of sale and support for probably 2 years now. And everything that we own is out of warranty, so we don't have any coverage. So any repairs that we would need to do now, we need to buy outright. And part of that is a security thing. So as technology increases, so do the different security features that you need to have. So our firewalls are getting old. They are functional still, but with everything being online at City Hall, especially, it just is a very critical piece that the things like spam filtering, internet filtering, and things like that are current, and we just don't have subscriptions to those things right now. So we're kind of behind the curve a little bit on that, but it kind of comes down to what's our acceptable risk if something goes down, and how long are we comfortable having downtime during the day. So
Do you want to explain a little bit about how you tried to make these numbers as palatable as possible by even looking at other options such as pre-owned
right.
servers and things like that might be of note?
Yeah, so for one of the things that I've done since I've been here is bring a lot of the work that the city does internal. So the IT department handles it instead of using like a vendor. So there's a savings there already, and then I'm just kind of being creative with our hardware purchases, going direct with vendors to negotiate better prices and look at the potential to have some used or pre-owned hardware that comes with a warranty, just to lower our cost even more. So it's none of these figures include going to a third-party vendor to have them do the work. It's all internal work that we're doing. So we immediately save at least 50% doing that instead of going to a vendor. If that makes sense. But that, between those two categories, that's kind of the big thing in every single budget that I touch. So
You do have some cameras in some places?
some cameras in some places, mainly in the park side. Software maintenance in the PD side, that's kind of the same thing. They're a little bit unique. They use some of the same software that everyone else does, like at City Hall, but they have some additional ones, specifically things like mock and tracks and our cloud storage for body cameras. But like I said, all software maintenance is a catch-all, so it's a pretty large line item, but that's, like I said, anything with a subscription or fee or something that's electronic hits that line. I think in office equipment on the PD side, it's mainly routine desktop replacements. That's also in the library and City Hall. We're kind of the same way. We have computers that are hitting 5+ years old, and that starts to hit the end of the life cycle. So that's included in our office equipment.
Tom, I kind of want to address the software maintenance issue, because that was something I noticed again over and over, and I understand perfectly what you're saying about firewalls needing to be up to date and so on and so forth. But I also wonder if there's maybe a problem with each department, and it's easy to do. We do it at our own house. We subscribe to everything. I mean, library is $11,000 up year over year, 52,000 overall. I mean, individually these are small amounts, but parks is up 5,500 year over year. Police is over $110,000, or I'm sorry, is asking for $110,000 just for software maintenance. That's $69,000 year over year. Admin, 17,000 year over year. And those are just those that stood out that I highlighted and wrote down. So you add those up and that starts talking some real money. I'm concerned about a trend there continuing where individually going, hey, we need this program. This is great. Well, it's just a $100 a month subscription. And you do that over and over again. And I've kind of seen that over this last year. We add something and, well, it takes a subscription each month. whatever. That starts becoming a liability as it builds up. So I think that's something that needs to be emphasized across the various departments and so on, that when you're looking at software and so on, these continuing software subscriptions and so on, and really maybe consider what's the best solutions.
So I'd say, one, the trend for the last 10 years in the industry, everything is software as a service. Everything's going to subscription model. So sometimes it's unavoidable. Two, we have, to this detail that I put in, we've never had this amount of details of what city's monthly burn rate or spend is on software. So last year, there was a guesstimate, but this is every subscription that the city has, every software that we're paying for is basically accounted for. So that's another thing. We didn't really know what we were spending because the work hadn't been put into figuring out what that was. Also, every employee that we add comes with a cost. So, when we hire a new employee, yes, you may be looking at payroll and payroll taxes and all this stuff, but you're not thinking about the $700 a year we need to cover their Microsoft licenses and their Spark. If they need Spark access, if they need Laserfish access, if they need BSNA access. So those are some of the things that in this exercise that I went through to figure out what our software cost was trying to figure out what the per employee cost was. So, and I can share the sheet with you. I went and it's every employee down to the employee, what their individual cost is based on what they use. So while the number may seem like it's increased a lot, it's an actual accurate figure on what it costs to do business with the software that we use. And finally, I'd say with a high degree of scrutiny, I make sure that if we're subscribing to a software, that it's something that's in the best interest of us as employees and us as taxpayers. So it definitely isn't a willy-nilly subscribe to anything. I'm very I have a high degree of scrutiny when it comes to subscribing to new things because I understand that the $25 a month Chat GPT subscription adds up to a lot over the course of a year, and then as you start adding more employees. So hopefully that answers your question, but I'd be happy to share with you because it does. The number grows quickly if you.
That makes sense because last year you were fairly new, like 4 months, if I remember right. Right, so I get it, you didn't have your hands around it. But I just did rough math, it's $520,000, $500,000. And I might have missed one, I might have added one, so say $500,000. It's good to know that what you're saying is what we really need to know, it's actual, right? Where before, so it was probably going into the PD department or somebody else's department, but not under IT, right? I get that. And I also get that we've talked about a lot about security cameras, with vandalisms and things that are going on and just general security, that we need to do that kind of stuff, but $500,000 just seems like a lot.
This software maintenance is not hardware. That's not the fire. That's not new firewalls. That's not.
I get it.
Yeah.
Well, I might add some of that in that number.
So this software maintenance is literally just software and subscription costs.
Get it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm just saying my number might have had some of the hardware in there.
And were you paying BSNA last year? I weren't last year's budget.
And Tom, just to make clear, I wasn't trying to
No.
implicate or insinuate
No,
anything.
it is a hard number to wrap your head around because it is a big number. I mean, we spend a lot of money on something that we can't see, but it's something that every employee uses all day, every day, with our software costs.
You said you have those numbers available, you can send to us.
Yeah, I'm gonna see.
Also, some of the departments have went up considerably, and I believe that's because Tom took the time to figure out how many users, and rather than us just saying, well, this much goes to this department, this much.
Right.
He took the time to figure out exactly what users were, so the departments with more employees are clearly a little bit more increased.
Conceivably, next year, this number could look a lot less than increase because now we have a good hard number. Conceivably, it won't look as drastic of it. It'll still be a lot of money.
Of an increase, yes, yes. There wouldn't necessarily, yeah.
And you guys probably didn't have BSNA last year in your budget either, when you were looking at it.
No,
And
it was,
now-
it
and
was,
now you
it was
do.
broken up into more individual pieces. But we have seen over the last probably 3 years, stuff that was local based going to online based and then therefore a subscription service. So you just end up seeing the pricing differently because oftentimes those local ones, you'll spend $250,000 once and that covers you for the next 4 or 5 years, as opposed to spending $25,000 or $30,000 each year. And to think about what we did this fiscal year, we migrated from an on-premise financial, we went from Simple City to BSNA, so there's a large cost associated with that. We went from on-premise self-hosted body cameras to cloud hosted, so that cost $26,000 a year.
But also we didn't need to have servers here either, right?
Right, so you're trading one cost for another. So I'd be happy to share the software cost tracking with you.
You can send it later. That'd be great.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
So Tom, anything else since you're up here right now? Anything else you wanted to mention?
I'll just say, yeah, look at software maintenance versus, I put mainly all of the like firewall, switch, server, desktop replacement, routine replacements for things like mice, keyboards, phones, things like that under office equipment maintenance. So that is the line, and I put a note in every one in the fiscal year 2027 notes on what I'm requesting and why. So, and that full number isn't just my piece, but I added on to what was already in the budget. So, and I think what I estimate is $376,749 is what the city spends on software per year, roughly. So now that's also payroll. So any payroll fees that we pay for like HR, Acid HR, ISOL, Spark, all the public safety stuff, all the GIS stuff. So all of our Esri, the credits, our consultant that we pay to do mapping, LexisNexis, Biblionics for the library, Language Line for public safety. So like I said, it is a big catch-all for that. That's our largest single line item for software is BSNA. That's our biggest.
All right. Any other IT related questions for Tom? All right. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
So the only other things still in the administration area, bring to your attention the last four accounting numbers, 5243, which is the chamber services and marketing and exhibits cost. That's $60,000. And again, this primarily is from that hotel occupation tax. This is the expense side. What we saw earlier was the income side coming in. This is now the expense. And that number could go up a little bit, like I said, based on the conversation that we had today with the chamber. And
How much is a little bit?
excuse me.
How much is a little bit?
Oh, maybe another 20,000. And then last thing I'll mention is the bottom of that page. There's a yellow box with a 0 in it right now. What we had been doing previously before David coming was trying to set some money aside in the budget itself, but not spent. So it's kind of a holding tank for some monies that would potentially eventually be used for City Hall remodel. I think what we've decided to do is, instead of trying to transfer, because keep in mind, we're transferring $3 million for our sales tax into the general fund, and then acting like we're gonna hold it in the general fund but not spend it. It's probably better just to hold it in the sales tax fund. And so we're gonna set up an account over there, and mark it as, remodel, reserve fund, something like that, instead of doing this transfer, and then you show it as income, but don't plan to spend it, and it gets more complicated for people as they're reading financial reports. Better just to leave it in the sales tax area, so that's why it's zero right now.
Much easier to report to the state too if it's a reserve fund.
Yeah, and better to have it in the sales tax reserve than it is in your general fund reserve. All right, any questions on that?
I don't recall seeing a sales tax reserve. Did I miss it? Oh, maybe it's.
There's a sales tax.
Well, it'll be in the sales tax. I don't know that we've got a line item marked for it yet, but that's where we're gonna put it in. This came up this last week as we were talking about it.
Okay.
All right. If not, police department and, yep, then come on up here and Aaron and have your stuff ready to go. All that chief kind of talked a little bit about what his overall requests were. I think they have a PowerPoint presentation. I will go take a bathroom break.
Okay. So while he's gone. So not something you see or maybe have seen before, but this represents your police department leadership staff. Without getting emotional, I want to say how damn proud I am of these people. How hard they worked this last year, turning this police department around, getting us to close to where we need to be. Now let's get into the nuts and bolts. But I dropped off a packet of the presentation. You can follow along there, follow along up here. Just want to talk to you a little bit about the police department and some of the things we've looked at, some of the things that are really important to us, some of the things that we think are that are a necessity for us to move forward in our growth. Just a little bit about the reality of today's Blair PD. Today, our police officers and staff are expected to respond to emergencies all the time. You hear the sirens going off, traditional calls for service. We investigate increasingly complex crimes. We manage mental health and behavioral health incidents all the time. We provide community engagement and problem solving. We try to do it more. We complete extensive reporting and documentation requirements. We maintain professional certifications constantly and receive ongoing training because we have to and we're mandated by the state to do so. We utilize rapidly evolving technology and digital evidence systems. There's a lot of these things that we wish, especially some of us old timers, we didn't have to latch onto, but that's the wave of the future. And Tom just talked about it. And that's the trend that's going forward. And Sergeant Hathaway is going to talk about that a little bit when we talk about technology. One thing that traditionally gets talked about is police officer staffing and the population of the city. You'll recall, and I'm going to refer to it several times during this presentation. I talked to you a couple months ago about the IACP, the International Association of Chiefs of Police staffing study that the city commissioned about a year ago, and it started before I got here. That's gone by the wayside. That thinking of just, a certain amount of population requires a certain amount of police officers. That's not the case, and proof here in Blair, because in the last 3 years, we've seen a nearly 20% increase in service demand without a huge population influx. So it just means we're getting busier. Where we are today, last year when we talked to you, we had staffing vacancies. We have morale issues. We had supervision needs. We're lacking in frontline supervision. Thanks. We didn't have a whole lot of strategic planning. We had budget forecasting challenges. If you recall, I think I've been here just a couple of weeks, and my fearless leader said, "Chief, I need your budget request by next Friday." And I went, "Whoa." we had organizational structure needs, and we had minimal community engagement. Today, we're staffed at authorized strength. That's an important word, authorized strength. I don't consider us fully staffed. But we're where we're allotted to be for this year. Recruitment and retention is strong. And if I can just take it's like Councilman Banner, I recall back in, might have been October, November, when I came up before the council and talked to you guys about our recruitment process and some of our recruiting needs. And I believe you said, it was more of a cautionary thing. You said, just don't want you chasing your tail. Well, Councilman, like I said, we're at authorized strength. Recruitment and retention is strong. People want to be Blair police officers, and the Blair police officers want to stay at Blair PD, and they want to come back to Blair PD, as you've seen. So it is strong.
Outstanding.
We turn people away weekly, monthly. People want to come work for Blair PD. That's a good sign. That's a good sign of a strong and growing police department. We have our morale and culture has improved. We have culture. Supervision and professional development is strengthening. You're witnessing at this table. Our operational structure is improving, and strategic planning is going on. We spent the last 6 months working on this budget. Community engagement, you've seen it. We're out there. We're doing the best we can while handling calls for service, but we're trying to get out there and be real productive members of this community. This budget reflects reality. Historically, the police department budget was not built from actual operational costs. It was largely increased by a percentage rather than by evaluating the true cost of providing police services. This leadership team has spent the last several months taking a line-by-line assessment of our actual budget costs. And some of those things Tom brought up before, where we didn't know the actual cost of our software maintenance or our software licensing fees and different things like that. We work with Tom, we work with the other departments in the city to try and find out what our actual costs were. We're not creating costs. We're identifying costs that already exist and budgeting for them honestly. We're not simply funding more cops and more cops. We're investing in an organizational and operational capacity. I just mentioned the IACP staffing study. We look at that as a roadmap for you, our city administration, our police department administration, and for our community. It's a roadmap to purpose and value. That study was an independent review commissioned by the city. It evaluated staffing and supervision, workload, and organizational structure. It identified current strengths and future operational needs, and it established a long-term planning framework for the police department. And you'll see that directly reflects our budget request this year. Everything in there is by recommendation of this ICP staffing study. The budget is more about this budget is about more than dollars. We're trying to build organizational capacity necessary to sustain one of the Nebraska's safest communities. We look at each one of these budget items more as a strategic investment rather than just an ask or a want or a need. Our investment in leadership, our proposed captain's position, that's going to offer us stronger supervision and accountability, and a lot of other things. Personnel, more officers. It fixes the officer safety problem. It doesn't completely wipe out the officer safety problem, but helps us out. You remember last year when I was sitting here, we had a patrol shift that had one officer working. Unattainable, not safe, not good for the community, not a good look for us. We fixed that. Our fleet, I said last year, it's a forever cost. It's just a forever cost. And it doesn't get cheaper every year. Technology, I think we're going to hear a lot about that tonight. Offers us greater efficiency, transparency. Our training, it's required. It reduces liability and and gives us professional excellence. And facility planning. One thing that Sergeant Gurn is going to talk about here is our facility and where we need to be, and he's got some good insight for you. Before I turn it over, I want to talk about one of our budget requests, and that's the police captain. I know that Phil said there were 5 highlighted positions that the city was recommending. One of them, in the end, unfortunately to us, and is this additional captain's position that was not recommended, but I'm here to tell you tonight, and we're here to tell you tonight, that's the key to our budget, and that's the key to our organizational capacity. That's the key to our leadership capacity and our growth for the police department. It improves supervision and accountability. It supports operational and administrative growth. It helps us manage and implement projects that we can't get to. It helps us enhance strategic planning. It strengthens operational oversight. It stimulates succession planning. I'm not going to be here forever. The next chief of police is probably sitting at one of these tables. Minimizes the span of control issues. And you'll see when Captain Lyon talks about our organization and personnel, how we've divided up the department in a traditional police management system, operations and support, and how it's being managed right now. This organization has grown beyond the point where one chief and one captain can effectively lead it. Police departments don't become exceptional by accident. They become exceptional because they intentionally invest in leadership. You're witnessing that here tonight at this table. We develop people and build organizational capacity. This captain's position isn't about adding another rank. It's about ensuring the Blair Police Department has the leadership infrastructure necessary to sustain the progress that we've made and continue serving our community at highest level. Captain Lyon's up.
So along with the captain position, we have the two additional patrol officers positions. With those, it improves the staffing levels and officer safety for the department. It's going to help address the current staffing needs and also prepare us for the continued growth of the community and the department. It is also consistent with the staffing recommendations from the study. It's going to help us support the minimum staffing levels. It improves officer and community safety by maintaining adequate staffing on every shift. Like Chief Kinsey said, we are authorized up to 22. However, when we look at the next slide, you'll see why we're not there. Helps reduce the reliance on overtime. Additional officers will help us consistently meet minimum staffing requirements without relying on excessive overtime. They increase the proactive policing efforts. Obviously, more officers on the road is going to have more time for traffic enforcement, neighborhood patrolling, crime prevention, and just the basics of what police officers do every day. Reduce response time. Obviously, more officers on the road, quicker we can get to the calls. The expanded community engagement opportunities. The officers that are available on calls or busy taking reports, taking action reports. We have officers that be available for business checks. Stuff at the park. We recently had pictures of officers stuff at lemonade stands. We actually have time to do that. We want more time to do that. And also, it's going to support the future growth of the city, the department. The adequate staffing is not solely a service issue. It's the officer and community safety issue. We're preparing for the future. And as you can see on the flow chart here, currently Chief Kinsey is doing everything as a chief and also the operations support division as a captain. He's maintaining the Records Bureau, the CID, the Investigation Bureau. He is also doing all of that along with his chief duties. My operations is road patrol. And as you can see, even though we have 22 officers, we have Sergeant Burns deployed, we have 2 officers on light duty, and we just hired Ryan Officer Eddie. He started yesterday. He still has to do their cross speed, which is a testing in Grand Island. And we're still looking at probably 3 to 4 months, maybe FTO, give or take. And that is a certified officer. If we have a brand new officer that comes in with no training, no experience, we're looking at a year.
How many of the recent hires are brand new officers that are needing that year? Any of them?
We've had 5 hires. We've gotten lucky, and they've all been laterals.
Okay.
Officer Paige Arndt was our last entry-level officer. We hired her when I swore in with her the same night. She's been on the road by herself for about a month, 2 months.
Excellent.
Yeah. It's been a year. Sergeant McManigal.
We're gonna focus on fleet here. You guys are gracious enough to give us and authorize us to purchase 2 vehicles last year. That helped our fleet immensely.
However, the fleet that we inherited is a very aging fleet. Mind you, those two units that we have, I'm only speaking about marked units, so that's cruisers that are responding to calls. That's not administrative vehicles, that's not detective vehicles. So these are the paramount of the street vehicles that we use to respond to calls. The average mileage for those vehicles is 53,211 miles. 3 of those vehicles are at 100,000. The oldest one that we have on our street today and in service is 7 years old. My suggestion in our proposal for this budget was to purchase 2 additional vehicles. And then the IACP study that we had mentioned earlier suggested and strongly suggested that we come up with a reoccurring fleet management system. Our suggestion to you guys is to purchase 2 vehicles a year going forward for the maintenance of 10 vehicles. We currently have 9 vehicles that are cruisers. With that 5-year buying 2 every year, that'll keep our powertrain in warranty and it'll help our maintenance costs. Because if you've seen that is like, I think roughly 66% above what we have currently budgeted. We are having extreme fleet costs right now, and that's just repairing what our aging fleet is. With the additional officers, we're obviously going to incur more miles that are going to be put on these vehicles. So that's something we really need to look at as far as the department and as a council as you get.
How did you maintain the cars currently? Oil changes,
Scheduled oil
right,
changes.
I mean,
frequently,
local
brakes.
dealers do them, or do you
Yes.
have somebody do them in the garage shop
No.
over by the?
No.
You gonna-
Maybe one guy.
You'll let us
wants to
hire
do
5 more
that.
people? That boys?
No, we go out and we find a local person to do that.
Okay.
So are these 2 additional vehicles you're requesting, will that also account for the possible addition of the captain and 2 additional patrol officers?
So.
Because the
my-
captain's gonna want a car.
Captain's gonna need a car.
Correct.
Yeah.
So our ultimate goal is to take care of the street guys first. With that plan, yes, they're 5 years old. We can all agree to that those are hard 5 years, because that's just what our vehicles are. Once we get through those 5 years, those vehicles, we can look at them as a fleet manager and say, this still has some life in it, and then turn those over to admin vehicles, so we're not buying additional vehicles. I'm not saying you're not gonna be able to do that, or have to do that, but that's kind of my foresight, so.
So Sergeant, in the budget here, do you have a copy of that or not?
I know it off the top of my head.
Okay.
My eye was like, yes.
Well, it shows motorized equipment maintenance, but it's also increased 2 new cruisers. I'm a little confused. Is that?
So the original, our proposed budget, it was proposed for $210, or $210,000. I wish it was $210, but easy. And that would include 2 vehicles outfitted and all the equipment that we need to purchase for that. Now, there is grant funding that we get annually for that would help offset that cost in the end, but we have to come up with that money from front, so.
Is it possible, Sergeant, between now and when we have to pass the final numbers, that we can get that figure?
Yeah, I can get you that.
I mean, adjusted with any grants, possibly?
So, yeah, roughly it's about $20,000 we get back. Okay. But I can get you the exact number.
So it'd be approximately 190 then.
And that's for just equipment in the car. That's not for the cost of the
Oh.
vehicle. That is just for, so it costs about the same to outfit a car as it does to buy a car
100%.
today.
Double the price.
Yeah. I mean, and in some cases, depending on what you're putting in the car, and seems like every couple of years we go to outfit a car, they find a way to either change the design so you can't put it in the car, or the Ford Explorer or the Chevy Tahoe that you buy. The rack system that you had in doesn't fit in that model.
Sure.
So I think they're all included.
So the base vehicle itself is costing around $90,000?
That's for 2.
vehicles for two.
Oh,
for
that
two.
each,
It's
okay,
about $100,000 for two cars.
okay,
Yeah,
okay, I thought you were saying for each.
and those come
And
off,
then,
and those come off a state bid. We have to order those a year out. We're given a small window each year to reserve a car or two cars, yeah.
gotcha, that way the state can save money by both.
It's two separate line items, so.
Yeah. I just give you like a worst case scenario. There was a time this year where 45% of our fleet was down. So we had 4 cars that were in town. We did not use them. So
Which means
We
those,
got
the rest of the cars are running 12-hour shifts, 24 hours a day.
we got lucky because our biggest event that we just had was Gateway Days. Okay, if that would have happened then, we would have been operationally inefficient. We would have had to call in outside agencies to assist. So, any other questions?
Just curious, so a lot of, the maintenance and mileage because officers are using them 24/7.
So what I try and do, we try and make it so they're not running 24/7. But in the event that 4 vehicles go down, we don't have an option of that.
I'm just curious, and this is not a point of discussion tonight, but has any thought been given to the officers that live in town? That take-home vehicles, they last longer, they're better maintained, and so forth, they're not mileaged out that often, so,
There's some studies. There are definitely some studies, but it's a upfront investment
sure.
that we have to look at and whether it'd be useful. There is some studies to support that officers, rather than it being a fleet car, might get taken care of a little better if they take some ownership in it. These are hard miles nonetheless, braking, accelerating, stopping, jumping curbs, turning around, driving down the ditch, getting, for whatever reason we have, but
And we've also looked at the leasing options. Well,
At least purchase, talking about lease purchase or
or leasing, yes.
just leasing?
yeah.
And then turn it back in, but that wouldn't afford us an opportunity to help out City Hall and
Oh, sure.
and bring those over and still use those. So,
I was just curious if that was looked at all to help with what you guys need and help keep the vehicles where they need to be and definitely not keep them longer than they should be.
Yeah.
That's the whole idea. You don't want that at all.
We've all driven some.
Yeah.
Right?
What's that?
Said we've all driven some of those cars on patrol, right?
More than once, yes, we have.
Yes.
So, but thank you.
Is there any studies about which vehicles, police-wise, tend to be easier to maintain, less expensive to maintain? Because you see some cities that have Toyotas, and some cities that have Fords, and some cities that have Chevys. Have we looked into see what?
the most prevalent vehicle that's being driven is the Ford Explorer. And then the Tahoe and the Durango are your 3 prevalent vehicles that are being driven.
Out of those, do we know which one might be more cost effective?
I couldn't tell you.
They do a study every year. Michigan State Police does a police cruiser study, and they look at the last few years, and they all are they're all pretty much the same. There's not one that's, otherwise everybody be driving it that's gonna last 5 years longer than the next one. A lot of it comes down to the utility of it. Some agencies are driving pickups. It might be a more rural agency. See that the sheriff's office has some pickups. You just kind of see different things depending on the, if it's a canine vehicle or if it's when we're talking canine vehicle, add another $25,000 to the outfitting of the car. And it just depends on what fits and what purpose. And right now, the 3 main ones, we don't have Tahoes, we have Durangos and Fords. They seem to be doing okay, as far as operationally, but I don't think
The Tahoes are considerably more expensive, so, but they're bigger, so. If you get something like a K9, I would certainly suggest getting a Tahoe due to the size of what you put in it.
So you mentioned K-9
Yeah.
quite a few times in your budget proposal.
those are notes, Councilman. Those are notes.
They're not suggestions?
Well, at this point, it would be ideal. We need to get to a place, we need to get fully staffed before we start looking at where we're at, with K-9. And there's
There
K-9 is just.
donated funds, so there's
Yeah,
some
and-
donated
and
funds for
honestly,
K9.
when we're ready, ideally, we would love to have a canine back. It's a great PR tool. Captain Line was a canine handler for a long time. People love firemen and dogs, right, Jake? We could have a fundraising campaign, when the time comes. People do that. I've seen it in my previous agency. money just starts rolling in as in donations. We bought police cars, we bought canines, we bought equipment. So when we have that serious discussion, we're probably a year away from having a real discussion about canine.
What makes them, I'm sorry, go ahead. What makes them so much more expensive to outfit for the canines?
They're the cage for the vehicle. So the cage is not, it's a specialized cage to protect the dog. It's more compact. I mean, you still have your prisoner transport, but your dog is isolated. You have the dog bailout, so if the dog, you hear your button, dog pops open, door pops open, dog comes out.
Okay.
There's special equipment for heating, air conditioning. So obviously, a day like today,
Makes
you
sense.
have to take special precautions for the dog. And so there's just a lot more equipment that goes into it.
So there's a big ask from the police department, and, you know, I think you kind of get it, right?
Yeah.
So you're asking 1.2 million over the city administration proposed. They're already over $1 million over, right? And the rest of them, frankly, are pennies over what, you know, the ask is versus what the city admin. And this is a workshop.
Yep.
So it might be beneficial to just give us all an email on, you know, the actual dollars of the captain, the actual dollars of the two heads, the actual dollars of the two cars, you know, and the outfitting of the cars, so we can, you know, really look at that and see, okay, and I know Sergeant, you know, is gonna talk about drones and stuff here pretty soon, and that's another 110,000. Last year was 70, well, we budgeted 40, looks like we're gonna spend 79 or so, but, so, I mean, if we could get it kind of like, where's those nuts coming from?
Yep.
You know, $1 million is, you know, it's a lot of money.
And like I said from the beginning is, we went line by line and we looked up at actual costs. We looked at, and I'm not saying budgeting wasn't done right before, but the way we're managing the budget and looking at the dollars and cents, we want to give you an honest assessment of what it costs to run a police department, not a swag. And funny you ask, Captain Line will send you that email tomorrow because the budget wizard here,
I have it broken down for salaries for when officers have their pay increases for their anniversary dates, to the captains, to new officers.
That'd be great.
Well, yeah, I mean, personnel is increased around $500,000 year over year. Now, I understand that's probably also taking into account the proposed positions. But overall, the city planned already a $620,000 increase, and you want to double that because your request is, as Councilman Heifel said, 1.2 million.
we hired 5 cops in this current budget, 2 from the previous year that were never filled, and 3 that this city council allowed us this last year. So we've hired 5 cops. I mean,
Right, which 620,000
Yeah,
should
do the
more than
math.
cover. And I mean, that's over a 10-15% increase year over year in budget. You're asking for between 20 and 30% increase year over year budget in a year when we're looking at $1 million shortfall. So I wonder if it's possible. So if we accept as taken the 620, we've increased it, we've already allocated for. Is it possible you can look at your additional increase and half that?
say,
Okay,
you
so
kinda
the city's
lost me.
already increased its projected budget year over year for
Right.
the police department by $620,000.
Right.
You want a 1.2 million increase. So we're already giving half of that. Can you cut half of the other half you're asking for?
Can we cut the other half of the other half? Okay, so there are probably some things that we can look at that may not be necessarily a priority, such as
Like
the captain's
$20,000 for
position.
license readers?
We can talk about it, yeah, we can have a conversation about it, but that's a proposal that's 21st century policing, and that Blair is 5 years behind.
And $1 million shortfall, so
Yeah,
that'll
and
look
we
at,
could, yeah, we can
you're the
certainly
number
talk
one
about that. I'll
size in
tell
the
you,
budget.
and I think you'll get, by the time we get through this presentation, I think you'll understand where our priorities lie. And I'll say it right here, our captain is our priority. That creates leadership capacity and organizational capacity for us. It helps us. It doesn't solve the staffing problem. It doesn't solve the officer safety problem, but it helps us move forward. Like I said before, it creates a number of things for us beneficially. And we're not looking at this budget just next year. We're looking at 10 years from now. Where are we gonna be? So it'll probably come full circle to you by the time we get to the end of this presentation.
Okay.
Any other questions about fleet? I want to move on to technology, and Sergeant Hathaway is going to talk about that.
Very minimal on drones. I think you heard me mention that. So technology is no longer operational or optional, sorry. And it doesn't replace employees. It makes employees and police department more efficient. It improves officer safety, increases accountability and transparency throughout the department to the public, helps officers spend more time serving that public instead of sitting researching, at time at the office, and supports compliance with state and government requirements. And it also helps protect sensitive information and digital evidence. Tom White touched on some a little bit of that. 20 years ago, technology enhanced police work. Today, it's a necessary part of police work, just with the way things are in society and the world. Some of the things that we're asking and have been in the budget, we're asking for are that supports daily operations, Power DMS, Power Time. We're implemented BS&A financial software citywide, drone program software, and we used the public safety bond to purchase some drones just about a month ago. Digital evidence and mobile technology to help us identify suspects and just store evidence and remain in compliance of state levels and federal rules. You mentioned LPRs, that is in the budget. I'll touch on the next slide a little bit, but I'll talk about that a little bit. And then some of the things that require continued investment is the software licensing, like Tom White said, that he broke that down and broke down our software of things we use for day-to-day operations of in our cars, the MBTs, talking to Douglas County, running people over their computers, all that sort of thing, as well as cybersecurity, and then just training, technology training, and increasing our proficiency at that technology. And with anything electronic, as Tom White said, equipment replacement. We replaced our drone fleet, added to our drone fleet that were 4 years old because they were increasing. It's going to be a built-in portion of that. And then continued updates and then support on it. I'm not smart enough to work on a lot of that stuff, so we have to farm that out sometimes. These are not isolated expenses. They are coordinated investments in a more efficient, accountable, and like I said, future-ready police force. And then, so as far as LPRs, they are being utilized. We are, like Chief said, about 5 years behind. It is being utilized in counties around us, and it is assisted in recovering countless number of stolen vehicles, silver alerts, which is a missing, a vulnerable elderly person. Thank you. Missing children, things like that. One of the examples that I use is during our unfortunate homicide of 2023, we did not know where that suspect went afterwards. LPRs would have told us he left the city. We utilized manpower that could have spent elsewhere, making sure he wasn't somewhere in the city when we could have confirmed he was not in the city by an LPR.
Now, explain that to us.
Yeah.
How would that have done that?
So we knew his license plate, and so we can go to the LPR system, and it will say, if we had one, I would put one at the Iowa Bridge, it would say that he left Blair and crossed that bridge over it.
So these LPRs are,
Like a sensor?
static
They're
cameras.
Stationary.
Stationary cameras.
They're not
cameras.
vehicle,
We have
those
vehicles
as well.
We have
Okay.
those as well, that they're mounted to the car, and in fact, in our cruiser cameras that we have, the technology's in there. It's really a switch that Motorola has to,
Subscription.
but it's a subscription. So the cartel that is Motorola.
So you would have to physically mount cameras on the bridge.
No.
Either on pole or light pole. Or,
But somebody has to.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's part of the.
Is Tom climbing a ladder?
No,
He probably would.
no, that's, different companies, but like Motorola will install it for you.
Installers. Any other questions about technology for Sergeant Hathaway? There you go. Amy.
I'm sorry, just one more question on that would tell you then, like, if a vehicle was stolen coming from, say, Iowa into Nebraska, that would, as long as it was reported, that would give you guys an alert.
If a suspect had a warrant or was wanted somewhere, and yeah, they're all over the state. There's
Cool
state patrols
technology.
put in a bunch. They're all over the metro and Omaha.
This is a question of county of it?
No,
State patrol.
Not yet.
I think.
The sheriff and I haven't talked yet. I'm sorry, the future sheriff and I haven't had that conversation yet.
Douglas County, State Patrol, Fremont, Dodge County, Saunders County are the ones around us. that
So-
have them. And then not in Iowa, I can't tell you, but
Would one camera capture coming and going, or would it take two cameras?
it would take, each camera can do one way, 2 lanes. I mean, it varies by company,
Sure.
but that's kind of the close standard. So it would take a study, like a traffic study, and kind of, you look at where you want to put them, basically.
Any other questions for Sergeant Hathaway? Amy.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and council members, and Brenda. I've spent 34 years working in law enforcement records, and during this time, I've seen law enforcement change drastically. Today, it requires more technology, more documentation, and greater accountability than ever before. Most people often only see the officer response to the call. What they don't see is everything that happens behind the scenes. The record staff, the technology systems, the evidence management, reporting data to the Crime Commission, and public records requests that make those responses possible. Over the last year, we have made significant improvements with our department. These improvements aren't just modernizing our office, they're about helping us better serve our officers and our community. By improving our systems, processes, and leadership capacity, we are able to work more efficiently, more accurately, and more professionally every single day. I am proud of what our team has accomplished, and I appreciate the opportunity to support the important work of our police department. Our record staff may work behind the scenes, but we take great pride in knowing that the work we do helps keep our department running and supports our officers who serve our community. Thank you for your continued support for the work that we do and for your commitment to serve you.
Thanks, Amy. Sergeant Whitrock, our training coordinator.
So when we, talk about professional development, training is very hyper important for police officers. It cannot be stressed enough, especially in this day and age. And things just constantly rapidly change on a yearly, sometimes even daily basis. Strategies that we use, tactics that we use, best practices, constantly ever evolving. The job 5 years ago is not the job today, and it won't be the same job 5 years now. So when we talk about the professional development, training is like our risk management. Every hour of training that we have reduces use of force incidents, officer and citizen injuries, vehicle crashes, evidence mistakes, constitutional violations, liability claims, and I could just keep going on and on how much training helps reduce the risk. And the amount and the quality of training helps reduce all that. Because the least expensive lawsuit that the city is ever gonna have to handle and ever will have to defend is the one that never happens. And training always builds the organizational resilience. And as I mentioned earlier, policing changes constantly. I mean, we talked about constitutional updates, case law updates, statutory law updates, and not to mention what officers have to handle. We're expected to know more. We're expected to handle more. And we constantly go to these calls, and there's more and more that we need to know, but what the public expects us to know. So we have to deal with mental health responses. And that is definitely, I don't know what the studies say, but that is
at least my personal opinion, since I've been here, since I've been in law enforcement the last 9 years, is increased exponentially. You know, there's also a big need for de-escalation with, you know, de-escalation training. How do we solve these problems better? How do we do this better? Crisis intervention, and sometimes what we deal with is not even a criminal thing. We're just trying to help people get through their problems. It could be anything from thoughts of self-harm to suicide, things of that nature. And then the ever-increasing complexity of crimes. You know, we got to throw social media in there. We got financial crimes. As technology keeps going on, AI, all that kind of stuff, we're expected to know more. So we need to try to get up to that level of training to understand how to address these problems. And then we have continued investment after hiring. We spent a lot of money just to get officers clothes, get them equipment. And then the initial, either sending them to the academy or having officers spend time to try to get them ready by state statute to even be able to go out and do anything. So we invest thousands of dollars just to get an officer going, but that investment needs to continue. It's always just going to be an investment. The more an officer knows that they're going to be, the more professional they're going to be. And going to retention, officers don't leave because of pay. I mean, they don't leave because they're not getting paid well enough. They leave because they don't feel like they're developing professionally. I mean, it's just, it's hard to really get to because, you know, we get people hired, we recruit them. How do we retain them? I've been here for 9 years and I've seen almost 2 full departments worth of officers leave. Some of those officers, yeah, I mean, it was going to happen. You know, it's going to happen. You're going to have to be hired, but I've also seen officers that maybe left for better opportunities, maybe opportunities they could have had here. And this outside training, sending these officers to training, it brings home new ideas because law enforcement is ever changing. If we keep learning from each other, it's just going to be stagnant. We're never going to grow. We're never going to get better. It's just going to be one person learning from another, and that just it won't help us expand and be more professional. And the city, Blair, it deserves professionals. It deserves the best from us. And that's why we need to get these officers out, get into good quality training, get them trained up as much as we possibly can, because if we don't, well, we're not going to be able to provide the best service for the city. And these better leaders like us, it just didn't happen. We have to continuously build, train, learn better practices, go to these outside trainings. And this cost of training, it's small compared to the cost of mistakes. A good quality training, I mean, we're talking between $8,000 for good quality training. What's a lawsuit going to cost? Hundreds of thousands of dollars, especially if it's just avoidable. Especially if it's just an avoidable thing that good quality training for the officers that they can get can avoid. So Blair shouldn't aim to be average. We shouldn't just build a department just to meet some minimum standards, just to check the box. We want to build one that this community is going to be proud.
Thanks, Sarge.
Thank you.
Sergeant Graham?
All right, so one of our budget points is introducing a facility study. You guys trusted the ICP study. We're looking at asking for a facility study. As we're continuously growing, we are addressing facility without its needs. The main thing we just want to point out is we're not asking for a new police department or a new facility to be built. We're simply asking for a study to determine whether our existing facility can support the Blair Police Department for the next 15, 20, 30 years as we continue to grow. As most of you know, where the Blair Police Department is now wasn't always a police department. Actually, what I found very interesting in there is there's something hanging up inside the police department right outside the chief's office. But it's a building dedication day proclamation signed by Governor Mike Johans on June 30th, 2003, so exactly years ago to the date. That states, after more than 4 years of study, debate, and construction, 6,820 square foot facility proved to be of value to the citizens of Blair and will serve the needs of the Blair community for the next 20 years. So obviously we're past that by 3 years. And today's policing is a little bit different, actually a lot different than the policing of 2003. Requiring places for digital evidence, multiple interview rooms. We have a couple different evidence storage now because, as Chief said earlier, we're busier now. We have more cops. We're getting more evidence. We're running out of adequate evidence space, so we're having to have evidence overflow. We've had to move a report writing area because it did not hold the capacity, so we took away an extra potential meeting room next to our training room. That is now our report writing area for officers. Introducing possible officer wellness space so that officers stay fit, technology infrastructures and emergency operations capability, and much more. As you guys know, the city is continuously growing, bringing up businesses like the almost $1 million square foot Dollar General Distribution Center, Angel Share, these new apartment complexes. We're extending our jurisdiction out to further areas. So that's going to require, obviously, see more officers. So we're really filling up that space inside the police department. And it's important to note that this growth didn't just happen overnight. The current reality at the police department is that squad hall was moved, the extra evidence spaces, any potential additional staffing in the next few years is going to require any possible conversion of operational space that we have left. One of the biggest issues that we see now is the lack of bathroom services. The majority of our department is males. We have several detectives, chief, captain, sergeants, officers. Could be a possible of 6, 7, 8 guys on duty during the day. We have one bathroom. It's kind of a crappy situation. So the men's locker room will run out of space there. The women's locker room has got storage overload in it. So then just one interview room. So it's possible public safety risk for lack of places to hold multiple offenders if we have that go on, which we've had that from time to time. So obviously, you guys trust the consultants. We've done studies before. Consultants save money. They help us avoid spending millions of dollars solving the wrong problem. Maybe we don't need a new building. Maybe it's an addition. Maybe it's a renovation. Or maybe it's we relocate certain functions. That's not our area of expertise. That's a facility consultant that can come in and look at that kind of thing. It's not just on you guys or on us, but it's for future councils, future administration, future people sitting in our spots, so that we make sure that they have the most adequate facilities to serve the citizens of Blair. So the question today is not if today's police department works, it's will it work.
Sergeant, is there a line item for that study, for that request for the study?
5212.
Yes.
5212.
So I have a question, why, you had funds last year, why didn't you do it?
We had funds for it, but we can talk and talk and talk about it, but we gotta do it. We gotta do it.
I mean, we had 50 grand last year, and you want 25 this year, so
I
you
wanted
want to have a job.
75, but the budget amendment that came our way went down to 25, so.
Where's the generator?
Good question.
We don't need another hailstorm. or
We don't need, yeah, we
another
don't, no,
Figure out we need a
we don't,
generator.
and that's a, with just our facility alone, where do we put a generator? Do we put a rooftop one? Do we dig a hole and put a diesel tank in the ground and try and put a generator outside it? Do we invest $500,000 in a generator and potentially not be in that building very long, ideally? Do we pull it up on a trailer, park it down at the impound yard and pull it out whenever there's a storm. So,
Would that be something in this study? I mean, they would look at?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask, and this maybe is more for Phil to clarify, but the code enforcement mowing and snow does that have to go underneath I know that they're the ones enforcing it, but is that in the correct department? For
Yeah,
them
I
to-
mean, it had been,
Community development.
yeah, I think it was in the development area. I mean, it would tend to go with wherever that employee is spending most of their time.
Okay, I mean,
It's just a reflection on the fact that it's gonna be expensed out of something.
okay.
Cause you remember, we moved what was the part-time animal control officer to a full-time community
Right.
service
Oh,
officer,
that's
which
right.
handles code enforcement, and so we've absorbed, and part of that is the reflection of the increase in budget is moving that personnel cost from the one person to a full-time position over into the police department. But then all the responsibilities and duties of the code enforcement is also doing animal control, is also doing
Got it, the snow and the
remediation.
yard.
And yeah, the red tags and the yellow tags for snow and for mowing, and anytime we have to contract out mowing, we're hopefully getting paid,
From
by the
fees and stuff.
homeowner, but sometimes it has to go through an abatement process, and we have to put liens and do that sort of thing to recoup those costs. But that's more of a we added that line item as a kind of a protected line item, so when we have to pay for the contracted mowers or snow pushers, that's in there. So it's not coming out of community development budget anymore, it's coming out of the police department budget.
Yeah, perfect.
I have a question. Sergeant McManigal, can you go back to the org chart for me, please? And just help me understand. When I'm looking at the other assignments listed, only one of them is listed in another area, and these other three, I understand one's deployed, one's on pregnancy leave, or about to be. Where would they fit in? I see, we have vacancies.
It would be,
I'm sorry,
Go ahead. Oh, yeah.
So Sergeant Byrne would be he would be A shift, nights.
Mhm.
And then, Jacob Flynn, he would be on the day shift, currently, but he is actually rotating to the
SRO.
SRO
Mhm.
in August. And then, Officer Titus, she would be a shift day.
Maybe one of these three.
She would, one of those spots, and then Officer Eddie, once he gets done with his FTO, he'll fill one of the vacancies.
Right, so these really are technically vacant then, right? Do you know what I mean? I mean, I see three officers listed under other
Yeah, so-
assignments, but they would fill in these shifts,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Well,
that was my
they're
question.
in different yeah.
Right.
For the overall authorized strength, and so, yeah, it's kind of, might seem a little misleading, that wasn't the intention.
No, I know, that's why I
But
just
the
want
light blue box
clarification.
was just to show you kind of, one, to show you that we're never fully staffed.
Right.
They're
The
still,
patrol shifts are never full, somebody's out on medical, somebody's
Mhm.
out.
they're on the still on the payroll as police officers, but they're not patrolling the street right now.
Because they got a broken thumb or they're pregnant, which you get to a point where you can't patrol the streets, and so we
Right.
try and find some other light duty capabilities for them.
Thank you.
Before I close this out, were there any other questions for any of our leadership staff? Just last thing I wanted to say was growth does not wait for us. Growth, we have to be on top of it. Leadership is not overheard. It's the infrastructure that allows every other investment to succeed. Public safety budget decisions should be made ahead of growth and not after service levels decline. You don't add police staffing after response times, burnout, and turnover become a problem. You don't build a fire station after the neighborhood burns down. The question is not whether we can continue operating, because we can and we will. The question is whether we will invest in the organizational and operational capacity needed for the next decade. We're not just planning a budget for next year, we're planning a budget for the next decade. This budget is not a wish list. It's an honest assessment of what it takes to sustain organizational and community excellence. And we just want to thank you for your time tonight. All of us are available anytime for questions. If you have something specific about one of the topics that they brought up, feel free to email them. Include me on the email if you would. If you reach out to somebody, we'll get back to you as soon as we can. Councilman Highfield, Captain Ryan will send out those numbers. He's actually got them here tonight if you really want them, but.
Oh, wait. That's a whole book of numbers.
You two would get along great. It's a little Rain Man going on. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will say, if I can, real quick, you can see why we've got great people doing a fantastic job. Of course, if you add another captain position, that's one more person to talk. So I don't know if that's gonna be an incentive or not. Great job.
Mr. Green, before we move on, can we take a 5-minute recess,
Absolutely.
please? Thank you. Mr. Green, Councilmember Clark stepped out to make a phone call quick, but he said, go ahead and start.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Mayor. One of the analogies I use at times when it comes to hiring personnel is that I like to hire racehorses, not mules. Mules never get out of line. They always just kind of are steady eddies and do what you need to do, but sometimes you got to beat them to get any work done. I prefer racehorses who just run, and you just saw that we have a whole barn full of stallions on the police department, which is great. They know what they're doing, highly motivated in doing it, and I greatly appreciate that. And I would just want to frankly echo many of the needs and many of the observations that they made, and especially the whole captain position. I really do think that's going to be an essential position. And I don't want to speak on behalf of the mayor, but I mean, we were very, very close on that position of any of them to be added. That one, appears to be an essential one. The question just is a matter of timing. Is this next year the right year? And if so, then what adjustments need to be made? And the reality is, those are the hard questions that you have to kind of wrestle with. Ultimately, it's your call as you see what's best for the community and the public safety and how important that is. So I want to echo that and appreciate that. Another long-winded department is the fire department. Jake. Yeah.
And they have the new truck and.
Yes, the new the newer used truck is here already. So if you haven't seen it out
Yes.
today, go take a peek. It's really good. About the only things I want to add, and then I'll just turn it over to Jake to make any other miscellaneous comments that he wants to make. Number one, I think it's been a really good year for the fire department. Greatly appreciate, again, their devotion, and especially as volunteers to this community and to serve the citizens as well as they do. Thankfully, recruitment is up, and I hope that continues. I think the department itself internally is working hard on relationships. We are working hard on relationships with them and trying to support them. We weren't quite sure, though, what to do. If you remember the challenge that we had last year in trying to figure out, we want the volunteer department to remain volunteer for as long as they can to be successful at being a good volunteer department. But the reality of life can easily overwhelm them. I don't have to go respond to all the calls at 2 a.m. in the morning, but they do. And if you hopefully are paying attention to that daily report that Jake sends out, you see, especially over the weekends, just how committed they really are. And it's nonstop. And so even for faithful volunteers, that's a hard, heavy load to continue to bear. But hopefully they can continue to recruit some individuals. There may be some other ideas that we can help on the recruitment side, as well as just the satisfaction side for the current volunteers. But what we ended up doing basically was at least planning on trying to replicate the dollar amount that we had in there last year, just in case. That dollar amount that we had in case we needed to hire a chief, in case we needed to maybe bring on some EMS or something like that. Not a plan to do that, but just in case, have a little bit of money there. So that's kind of what you end up seeing in the first few positions. They're not identical, obviously, and some of that may need to be tweaked based on some further conversations that we've had. And then when you get into the equipment side on page 2, it mainly is that new pumper truck that was ordered several years ago is now going to be delivered during fiscal year 27. So we need to be prepared to pay for that, as well as a little bit of equipment. So Jake, I'll turn it over to you if you've got other comments you want to make.
Chief Aiden could not make it tonight for work, so he sends his regards and apologies. Fire department's very thankful for where we stand right now, getting the new equipment truck, and then we have obviously the new engine coming in next year and the new ambulance coming in and probably towards the tail end of next year. So we have 3 new apparatuses coming in the next year and a half, 2 years, which is very big. Thank you, and I know it's all task. The fire department is very grateful for it. Most of the stuff on the budget sheet in front of you is going to be self-explanatory. I can answer any questions. The big question big thing that Dave, Chief Aiden wanted me to bring up was our building maintenance. That went down last year. We're not too sure why. 2 years ago it was 40,000. Last year it went down to 10,000, and we've already superseded that. Our building at North Station is getting outdated. We had to replace the AC and furnace in it this year, which made go through our budget pretty quickly, and then we're gonna have to replace the other AC and other furnace probably in the next year as well, along with some garage door repairs. So that would be the only request for increase he mentioned is he would like to see that up closer to 30 to 40,000 like it was 2 years ago. Again, wasn't sure what led to the deduction last year, but that, other than that, Chief Aiken, and the leadership team there at the fire department were happy with where the budget stands right now.
That's good to hear.
Yep.
I've got a comment on the chief. We put the number in last year and we didn't even talk about it. I don't even know why we have it in this year. We're already, we all know we're chasing a number and I really don't know why we need it in there. I would say that we bump up the maintenance because that is definitely a requirement. And the rest of it goes back to the general or to the cops where it needs to go.
To speak to the chief position that we're working closely with Bill and Aaron on is, it may not be a paid position, but exploring the idea of compensation of volunteers for some of the time they do and using that fund for that. So if we do not get a full-time paid position, that it may be something that we start paying for EMS for call response.
And that's a different conversation. And I'm sure that the other police committee guys would like to have a conversation about that too, but I don't think you're gonna come anywhere near that number.
I mean, that's fair to say. Again, reiterate, is the biggest thing is that copying off what the police department did, probably need to start making plans for long-term with this fire department on the verge of 1,500 calls this year again. That, I know it's not this year, but start that conversation.
So does the fire department want to pay chief?
Fire department does not want that big chief.
So then why are we budgeting for it?
Again, I think it's intended more from my perspective as just some money set aside. Now, the question is, can we afford with the other needs to just set some money aside that we don't anticipate that we're going to spend?
Kirk, I think at the time when we kind of discussed that, things were kind of in a flux,
We're
as
not
you
there.
remember, and having some conversations with the fire department, attending some meetings, and things have greatly improved, and a lot of thanks goes to Jake for a lot of the reports and all that. Beings today is the last day of the first half of the year. What is today's total? You told us Thursday night what the total was when we talked.
Today we call 671. We're averaging 3 calls a day.
671 for half a year. That's impressive. Thank you.
We are truly one of the busiest, still true volunteer departments in the state that have no paid personnel. So
That's impressive.
And I'm more than happy to have conversations about paying the volunteers for what they do. I just feel that just putting money aside for a chief that we're not going to talk about is silly.
I would say that, yes, it's earmarked as a paid chief position, but that pay the volunteers.
Fine.
The
Let's
biggest
call it that. Let's not call it paid chief.
And that's fine. The biggest thing, again, we're facing is an EMS shortage and trying to incentivize some of these guys to get EMS certification.
I'm great. Let's do that. We can have conversations, the three of us.
Yeah, well, and now's a good time to mention that for a lot of these different areas of the budget, the committees that oversee them plan on being fairly busy over the next 6 weeks. There'll be some extra meetings and some discussion on these kinds of things, so appreciate that.
Other than that, again, like everybody else says, thank you guys for everything. Really appreciate it.
Any other questions, fire department?
Thanks, Jake.
Thank you, Jake.
And again, congratulations, because he's one of the guys on the list of getting a bump for all the good work that he does.
If we approve it.
Yeah.
Jake.
All right.
Don't start that.
CJ, if you don't mind, I'm going to skip parks right now, and then we'll pick it up. You're just the only one here, right? To speak on parks? Yeah, okay. So we'll pick that up when we do public works. All right, so we're gonna skip the parks right now. It's the one area that's in the general fund piece, but CJ oversees it. So we'll talk about it when he comes up to talk about all the other public works type stuff. So Wendy in the library. And I suppose what I should do is make sure the DCAs come on up. So David, why don't you come up too? Again, with the organizational restructuring we did this last year, all 3 of the DCAs kind of have an area that they help oversee. There wasn't enough space or oxygen to have Aaron come up with the police department. But Wendy's here to kind of talk about things, and David, I'm just going to turn it over to you if you wanted to highlight things, and Wendy.
Well, there wasn't a whole lot in this budget that we actually had highlighted. We didn't change much in this budget, or for the recommended changes in this budget. We did highlight the copiers, because that's worthy of conversation. I think any capital improvement of significant value is worthy of conversation. The one thing I know that, and I'll just bring this up, and I know the mayor has been there and heard this before too. The one thing that library staff or the library board, consistently brings up every library board meeting is the high cost of their cleaning for janitorial.
Custodial.
So there's a chance we probably will put this out to bid at some point to see if we can do better. Did a lot of research throughout the region, what other people, comparable size libraries were paying. Some of them are about the same, some of them aren't. But anyway, just thought I'd mention that because I know that is something that if the library board was here, that would be the first thing they would say.
Yes, I've heard it.
Who do we currently have doing the custodial?
Citywide.
Citywide solutions.
Out of Omaha?
Yes.
Yes.
They're out of Omaha.
You
There
wanna
are
do that
13
afternoon? You got
companies
afternoons free.
There you go.
You know, and I'm not necessarily arguing for any particular point, but I find it interesting that the differences just in organizational cultures and what they expect. The difference between municipalities, which this is a common theme I hear all among my city manager friends, is just the challenge they have with trying to figure out what they want to do when it comes to custodial work. But when it comes to to school districts, they would never think about having a building without having a full-time custodian. You know, it's just baked into the concept. But somehow municipalities never do because it's one of those things we hate to spend money on, and so we don't. And so you end up, either spending, just a barely enough to keep the bathrooms clean and people complain about it, or you spend a lot of money to try to keep your facility really looking nice, and you realize this is a lot of money,
And part of their concern also with that amount of money is the quality of some of the work that's being done, so.
Well, that's a different conversation.
Yeah, that's it.
Right. But learning how to manage your contracts versus when does a city get large enough that you could develop a staff of 1 or 2 people that are responsible for cleaning all the facilities that are out there? But is that even realistic? And again, back to the school model, it's just baked in that you're gonna have people available. Now, again, they have, a lot more people in their buildings for a very concentrated period of time. And when, Johnny pukes on the floor over there, somebody wants it cleaned up right away. So you pretty much need to have somebody around. But a library is about as close to a schoul as a municipality is gonna get. So.
Who does City Hall?
I was just gonna ask that.
We have a different crew, but they clean twice a week. They basically come and do trash and vacuum.
Wouldn't it make sense, some sort of sense to consider using the same?
And we've talked about doing a consolidated citywide type thing. Then it's just a matter of managing that kind of a contract. Who's responsible for it, who oversees it. The one thing you learn about contract management is you better be specific and detailed up front so you can hold them accountable to that. And then it's a matter of drafting that kind of a contract.
I think they'd give us a better price coming from Omaha and being able to hit it all at one time.
The only comment I had on your budget on 5240 building maintenance, you got listed 10-year building and you're losing HVAC units. Is there a reason? Because those are usually 20-year lifespan. Are they sized right or do they get maintenance?
They get maintenance on a regular basis. We've had major issues with the one unit that we ended up replacing. It's on a regular basis. We were having HVAC issues with it. They kept repairing the compressor, so now they finally replaced the compressor. And then when they came to replace the first compressor, they had it running off of just one out of the 2 compressors in the unit, and the second compressor had also gone down, so they had to replace that one also. But they made it sound that, and Mark will talk to him a lot with the maintenance and stuff part, that we could be seeing some of that happening again in the future with the other 2 units that we have for the library. So far, everything's working good since they've replaced that, and we're gonna hope that it stays that way. And then just for your awareness, for our numbers for summary or for programming, I did ask for a $5,000 increase. We've had a huge increase in our amount of programs, and at the time when this budget was done, request, we had 6,558 people so far this fiscal year. I just added our June numbers from our first month of summer reading, and we've now had over 10,000 patrons come to our programs. So
Good work.
definitely
Impressive.
being used.
And you had animals there today.
We did have animals there today, and we had over 330 people there today for the animals. So
Two-legged and four-legged.
yes, and those are our main things. Copiers are getting old. We are having to call people in more often, or contract people with EECs to come in and repair them. Some of them are starting to make some really unique noises, but so I put that in to kind of,
Are they owned by the library, or do you just lease them, and as they get older, they'll replace them with a new one and start?
We own them, city owns them.
Yeah.
And these are originals of the building.
building. So
Have
they're
we
10
looked
years
into
old,
leasing
almost 10
costs? Cause
years
usually
old.
they'll give you a service contract with the lease. Is it?
A lot of times what we've done is buy them, but then with a lease contract, and so you pay a certain amount per copy, and then maintenance comes along with that. It's just that eventually it gets to the point where the maintenance cost, it starts to eat you alive.
And then the other big ones, again, Tom talked about the software maintenance, now that we have some actual numbers for, and our software is a lot of our main operating software. It's OCLC, which runs our interlibrary loans. It's our Biblionics, which runs our entire catalog and circulation system, Envisionware, which does all of our self-checkouts, our self-check-in machine, our computer, runs our computer, public computer software and stuff. So that's where a lot of that comes from. And then he also has, again, the firewall and the server. And Tom, one of the hard drives on the server went down recently, correct?
Yes. On my own hard drive, so I need to probably buy a new server this next year. That, again, that's a one-time ask for that increase in that budget to replace that stuff. It's not gonna be $55,000 every year. It would go back to the, 5,000 that was in the previous fiscal budget. That's just, the library's unique and with all the visitors that they have and all the programs. This is what supports kind of their, program, so I should.
And it also helps control our electronic doors for every door in the library. So if it goes down, we're not exactly sure how some of that will work.
Or not?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's basically everything.
This is one of the employees that we have on the list of 5 is
Yes.
in this department.
Yes.
Yes.
Doug,
That's probably pretty good.
we hired last year to take my old position and to help oversee the makerspace. He has done an excellent job, and I would like to promote him to assistant director, and with it, that would include a pay increase. He deserves it. He's been right-hand person. It also makes it less confusing for vendors and even for patrons. If they say they want to talk to somebody in charge and I'm not there, and he goes up with his current job title, they're like, kind of have the attitude of, well, why would I talk to you instead of somebody that's more administrative, because his job title is director of programming. So kind of helps make it a little bit easier.
He's done amazing with the makerspace, and as Wendy said, he's a go-getter. He can stop there and start working on
Yes.
programs and other things. Like he's done a
Great
lot
asset.
of what I said.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job.
All right, next in your book is the pool. So Aaron, well,
Okay, yeah, sorry. Actually, let's, hold that again then too. If CJ's gonna do it. Sorry, I just used the Aaron bugging me all the time. All right, community development. Jeff and Aaron. Yep.
Thank you. Good evening, council and mayor.
All right, I'll just turn it over to both of you.
All right. You may notice in the percentage change from FY 26-27, there's a lot of things like 4,300%, 1,800%, those areas. That was because when we moved into the annex, there was no line item budget for janitorial work, cleaning, these kind of items there. So after we've got a good almost a year under our belt, we were able to add those to the numbers for this next year. So I think they're gonna be pretty good. Had some increases with postage and just the cost of everything going up. We did replace one of the two furnaces last year with AC. Other than that, we seem to be doing pretty good for the next coming up fiscal 27.
I think one thing that we might want to keep in mind is the other furnace air handler in there is really old. I think it was installed in the 50s. And it's still running, so.
There's money in the building
newer ones
maintenance,
got replaced.
money in for building maintenance for that. We'll see if it chugs on for another year, and if not, we'll can replace it. It's about what the last one cost, and if it makes it through this year, we'll be able to save a little bit of money.
You wanna talk a little bit about your request that did not get included?
Did put in for a planner one, which would be somebody who would do a lot of the day-to-day work in the zoning department, planning and zoning, putting together maps, research, areas like that. Would allow the next director to spend more time looking for grants, doing more stuff on housing, more studying, more areas so that we can explore more what we need to do as a city as we go forward. Also give more time to doing management of the building inspector and the facilities. Not that they need much more managing, but as a director, you should be more of a leader, and which I've not done a very good job of. A lot of times just trying to chug out, get everything out for the next round of planning and zoning. So the planning and zoning planner one would help for that. Another area that I'm lacking in is zoning enforcement. That tends to come in spurts. We get everything done, we get everything, have a little bit of time. Okay, now we need to tackle this and send out some letters and say you need a CUP or you can't do this or this, that. And we try to hit the important stuff quickly. When we find out about it, some stuff does get pushed back a little bit until there's more time. I feel the planner one would help the next director be able to spend more time as an overall director for the department, and not just planning and zoning.
As a smaller community, we've had a tendency to have a lot of working supervisor positions where you actually have real tasks that you need to be doing on a regular basis, as well as people that you're supposed to be supervising. Obviously, in the building department, we've got a full-time building department clerk, we've got an inspector, we have a facilities director that's housed out of that facility, and Jeff oversees. There's all the planning and zoning, every single application that comes in. He has to deal with publications, the public notices and letters that have to go out. Anytime a developer comes to town and wants to meet with us to talk about a prospective project, Jeff usually gets pulled in because of that particular project. So there's just a lot of actual work that needs to be done. And then he goes back and there's all the paperwork that has to be taken care of as well. And getting the actual documents and the code books updated and ready to go for planning commissions and things like that. So that as we continue to grow and as the community continues to have more and more development take place, I think you're going to see some increasing pressure in this particular area. This is also one of the areas where one of the other 5 positions is included for Ethan Rowe, who is our building inspector right now. And he's technically, we just have a building inspector position
it's not uncommon as communities get a little bit bigger then that you start looking at another inspector position just because of the sheer workload. And usually if you're gonna have at least two, one of them's gonna be a number two, and one of them's gonna be a number one, usually the more more recent hire. And so what we're recommending here is to look at an inspector two position. It would end up being two just grade steps above where the current inspector position is. Ethan's been with us now for, I think it's been almost 7 years. 2020, right, the early part of 2020 when he first got hired, just before I left. And so appreciate his skill set and what he's been able to do for us over the years. So that I think would be a good next step as we kind of get ourselves ready for what might be coming.
I do want to thank Council Mayor again for the annex. It has really turned out to be a great workspace. We have more people coming there, more now, before they go to City Hall and come in there. We are an open door place. So whether I'm there, somebody walks in the door and needs to talk about any sort of fencing, zoning, anything like that, sit down in the conference room, pull up the GIS on the screen. They need to talk to Ethan, they're there. Mark's out there. It's staffed 8 to 4:35 at all times. We don't take lunch breaks. We cover for each other. But it has worked out nice because we've got the room to actually talk to people and spend some time to discuss projects, whether it's a fence and how high the dog's gonna jump over this fence and why they can't put a 6-foot fence in the front yard, to just whether or not how they would have to put up a new accessory structure and have to get rid of the other two. But it's really become a nice place where people just could pop in, and they do. We take very few appointments. So, thank you.
Good. So last thing I would mention on here is in the budget, we just included again for the comp plan, the $150,000. I'll let you know that again, the initial scope of work that we received from the current number one selection is substantially above this amount. And so whether we can negotiate them down to that or not, I guess the next director and next city administrator will have to tackle that. So.
And it will only get more expensive every year.
Yeah.
So.
That'd be,
Any other questions?
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Aaron, are you gonna do animal control or not?
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I do have a quick question. I've noticed this in several different departments. Line item 5369, it's the $1,400 per unit per year for the AEDs. And that number's, is that how much it is per unit per year to just maintain the AEDs?
What we've looked at, Jake, you wanna talk a
Jake,
little bit about that?
I mean, again, this is small potatoes,
And
but
this is one of
I saw
those
that
unique
too.
things, again, it's worth having the conversation about the decision that we made.
So we replaced the AEDs we had. It's a deal with Cintas. It's a lease program that it's $116 a month for every AED. But what that does is if batteries go bad, they replace it no cost. If the AED goes bad, they replace it no cost. The pads they come out and do a monthly test. It's in our electronic lock. So if someone uses their AED up at City Hall and it malfunctions and they say, hey, we want to sue you because your AD wasn't working, we can provide those electronic logs for it. So it's something that we have the AEDs, but they manage it completely for us. So it's a leasing program we have. An AED on average right now costs around $1,500. So year and a half, it sort of pays for itself, but at the same time, you want to try to replace those every 2 years. So it's on a good cycle program right now that there's no additional cost now, no pads, no batteries. If it breaks or anything like that, it's just replaced.
so that is a replacement cost, so to speak, as well. It's like almost like a lease.
Yeah, it's a leasing program.
This is a lease, yeah. So we used to own them, but then you were responsible to try to maintain them, double check the batteries. What about the pads? How old are they? Who's responsible for that? I mean, this just makes life simpler, maybe costing a little bit more.
When I was at the PD, we had one we've had 5 or 6 that were out rotating in the field. I was constantly changing batteries, chasing down to get pads and all kinds of stuff because they would get used frequently.
And then, and the other thing to note is this is like the Cadillac of eighties. This is Zoll. We're getting everything up to Zoll. That's what the fire department uses, so that if the fire department responds, the AEDs plug right into ours. So there's no removing pads, putting it right back on. It's getting the PD up to date. They have life packs. So when we respond to the PD, they usually get there first. We have to take their pads off and put our pads on. So it's just adding more work in the field. So there's a smoother transition for it. And again, like Bill was mentioning, they do everything for us. It's less, and they let us know usually 2 or 3 days in advance, hey, we're coming, because we have them in like parks trucks and all that, so that those guys can drop them off. So
Police department had just purchased, what, 9 of them, something like that?
Yeah.
Vehicles and replaced them. So those 9 we're gonna be keeping until they time out, and then we'll switch those over to this lease program.
Okay.
Are there 2 at the library then, based on the budget
Yes.
amount? Okay,
yes, there was just,
One out in the public area in the hallway.
okay.
So when we're closed, there's meetings, they have one, and then we have one by the director's office, children's area.
and we were able to add more AEDs throughout the city at our facilities. We had, I think, 12 before, and we're up to 23 now. So we added them more. They're all on Pulse Point as well.
Pulse Point,
and everything.
yeah.
So they've all been marked for public use. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that explanation.
That's a good point.
The life cycle's 2 years for those?
Roughly, I mean, the pads themselves get usually dry out after a year. The pads themselves are about $800.
Yeah, oh, I see. Okay.
So
That's almost half the county. Okay.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Jake. I appreciate that.
And that is one of those pieces of technology that if it doesn't function exactly the way it's supposed to,
Yeah.
not only is it life threatening, obviously, it's probably getting sued by somebody, you know, and so there's a cost of trying to just maintain it, make sure that it's current, you know, hopefully it alleviates some of those.
Just waiting for Zoll to get bought out by Motorola.
Oh,
I'm sure they thought about it. All right, great question, thank you. Animal control.
Let's see, probably the biggest, change in this is the, contract with the Quinn's. City is recommending, an increase up to $175,000. And, we also, the building maintenance, 5240 is a line item that gets used a lot, so.
Now, again, we took out some of the actual costs that our animal control officer used to have when we switched that position over to the police department, and that community service officer. Any questions?
This is the first year I'm not gonna complain about it.
Thanks,
I
sir.
don't know why.
Thank you, sir. All right, thanks, Aaron. All right, so we have a couple of the other departments that are in, the general fund area, but again, CJ oversees those, so we're gonna deal with him when we get to, in this next issue, but we got debt service first, so unless you wanna talk about any of those other general fund things, the last little subdivision you have is this, contingency area, and again, remember the analogy of the buckets, of the funds. This is the biggest bucket that we've got with all of these divisions in it. One big, huge pile of money comes in, much of it from property tax and from other grants, and then it goes out for all these other municipal services that we've just been talking about. And then usually at the very end, you have a budget reserve. We're showing it as the same $60,000 that we did last year. And then hopefully you set it up so that your actual revenue that you expect to get in is less than your expenses that you're planning on for that year anyway. So you'll just simply add to the amount of water that you have in that bucket by the end of the year. But you always plan to have a little bit at the end. Any questions?
No.
All right, David, you want to come up and talk a little bit about debt service? So again, debt service, as David's coming up, is another fund all by itself. Revenue that comes in to that is oftentimes from borrowing money, and you borrow the money, it comes into the debt. You then ship it off to the department that expenses it, and then each year you're either through property taxes or a transfer, say from one of the other utilities, something like that. Money comes into the debt service and then goes out to pay those annual bond payments, principal and interest.
So, yeah, the main components here are gonna be, as Bill said, of course, your property tax, which, you guys, they will ad valorem taxes that 4001. And the reason that is increasing, and I think Phil did a good job of explaining that, is that was actually decided when the public safety bond was taken out. You knew that there would be payments to make, and they are due now. So, there's also, assess special assessments. Those have not been coming in as good as they used to, probably because a lot of those developments, when they first started, they were selling lots, right and left, and now that's kind of slowed down in some of those developments as they start to fill out. So that money is not coming in as good as it used to, but you did have somebody pay off a whole division here recently, so that was
Obviously, Jen Erickson paid
Yep,
off the
yep.
other Erickson.
so that was very helpful.
So there's really two subdivisions that are out there, one larger, one smaller. Sudbeck's, Northern View, area. Now, historically in the past, Rod Storm would, as he kind of worked with, subdivision owners, because keep in mind, when you first start out as a land developer, you own all of the land. And if you break it, hypothetically, you break it up into 100 lots, you own all 100 lots. You have the city through the assessment district model, put in all the infrastructure, then you assess that cost back to each of those individual lots. Now as the landowner, you have 100 lots that all have an annual payment that's due. Some of those landowners would choose to keep current with those. Others allow them to just go delinquent. Now, number one, once they're delinquent, that amount of delinquent cost begins to accumulate at 14% interest. So it's a much, much higher interest rate. But some of the landowners are willing to do that because when they did eventually sell off lot 35, they would just simply tell the landowner, guess what, you got to pay off all those assessments and there's some delinquent interest on there too, and just pay it. And so that way it would get paid, and enough of those lots were being sold usually that enough money was coming in annually to pay off the bond payments. We now have some developers who are just content to kind of sit on all of the lots, and they're not selling very many of them because Sudbeck is one who builds most of his own homes on his lots. He doesn't sell them to other developers very often. And so we're running a little bit behind. And so one of the options that we have under state law is once you're 3 years delinquent on making those assessment payments, you can notify them of that fact. And if they don't pay up within a certain amount of time, you can move forward with foreclosing on those lots. And those of you who have been around for a long period of time, remember back after the housing crisis in 2008, 2009, Deerfield ran through that situation where the developer wasn't able to keep up with all the payments. They got 3 years behind delinquent wise. We negotiated with them, and they ended up turning over a lot of those lots to the city. Then the city's able to turn around and sell them not at a profit, but just to get the money out of them that we need to. And so that worked out well for the city, but it's just it's an ugly process to have to go through. With the CID model, like with Bear Creek, we're not going to be faced with that kind of scenario. It's a totally different financing model, but we do have Elk Ridge coming up, and that's going to be probably one of the last ones that we'll be doing as an assessment district. And as long as that continues to go forward, we may have some additional assessments with them too. So we'll be working with these landowners just to try to remind them of the situation they put themselves in. But it's just one more thing that just takes time to try to monitor, keep track of, talk to different people. But David's here now, so
It is something we will continue to monitor because essentially the debt is the city's, right? Because this is the revenues portion of debt service, but here's the expenses, right? And you took out the bonds to pay for that infrastructure that those special assessments are supposed to be paying. And so if they're not coming in as good as they used to, you still owe the debt. And the only way to do that, to offset that, is the only other mechanism you have, property tax, and it should never fall on property taxpayers.
Or sales tax.
Or sales tax, or sales tax, yeah. So anyway, it should be the responsibility of the special assessment district. So anyway, just wanted to point that out. So that's why we were able to increase those a little bit, because we did get a payout. So that'll help us for a little while here. I did put down at the very bottom here, and I know they're kind of small type, just some little spreadsheets to kind of show you what bonds the special assessments were tied to. And I kind of put this is the principal and interest that your special assessments are supposed to be paying. And so that's what you need to be bringing in for revenue every year in those special assessments, which has started to fall below that area of the 230 plus the 192 interest. So that's a concern. That's why it's bolded and highlighted, and we wanted to talk about it. And I appreciate that. That's a very good explanation, Phil. Thank you. So those were things that we wanted to bring up and mention with you. And then also, as Phil mentioned earlier in the evening, your public safety bond is now you make payments in principal and interest. So that essentially is why property tax portion is increasing is because of that, so. Anyway, I think it's pretty straightforward. Your debt service account is not one that, like others where you hope, boy, geez, I hope you make a little bit of money. It's what you make is what you spend, right? Yes. You should never be trying to stockpile money in a debt service account, so.
Yes, and obviously, again, on the special assessments, they should be paying for themselves. You should never have to use local funds for that. For other things like public safety bonds, though, you end up actually having that be part of your property tax levy that comes in. So again, when we start talking about the levy, 3 different places where a levy goes: general fund, debt service, and streets. On the debt service side, that levy piece has to go up. You're either going to raise the whole rest of the levy then by that increase, or you're going to reduce someplace else if you can. And do you have the revenue to be able to do that? So that's one of those whole negotiating pieces that we'll have to work through in the next 6 years.
And then I suppose item 60, I think it's 6320 is worthy. That's your fire truck that you have coming in this budget, the year that you're budgeting here for. And you know that's going to be 300. Well, we put 1,300,000. I only have 920 here. That's because you used a portion of that money to buy an equipment truck. There is a transfer that we'll do before this fiscal year is over from sales tax for 300,000. So we'll help to beef that back up. But that would probably go directly into general fund, as this 920 would go into general fund to pay your 1.3 to buy your fire truck. That's why it's not the full 1.3 here. It's only 920 because the other 300,000 is a transfer that you scheduled last year when you sat here at this time to also help pay for that fire truck. So that's why that's a lesser amount. And the little math I did at the very bottom here, it does show that it's a wash. Now, your opening balance, of course, is 1.5 million. You think, well, we end with 654. That's not good. But you have to minus that 920 out of there because that's something that's going to still go out to pay for that fire truck. Once you do that, it does come out to a balance. 654, 174 is what you should be at. If you were 50-50, everything going out is coming in. So hopefully that explains that.
All right. Anything else? All right. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
CJ, come on up and bring all your pages.
What, are we gonna go back to parks, or where do you want to start?
Doesn't matter to me. Yeah, let's go back to the general fund stuff and get that out of the way.
Any waters or drinks?
I'm good.
All right, so as CJ's coming up, one position that is not listed on your sheet here, because it was not a current position, that was being changed. But it's the very first thing that's highlighted in the parks area, and that is the one change in personnel besides these 5 that we're suggesting to you is we currently have a part-time parks position that's a permanent part-time. The recommendation is to eliminate that permanent part-time position and instead replace it with a full-time parks person. This new position then would be somebody who would specialize in flower beds and what's the term? Landscaping. Thank you. So that would be an area that I think would help us some. And then over the winter months, when they're not busy doing those kinds of activities, then they would be able to participate in the other just general parks activities. All right, CJ.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. Try to go quickly through this. Just touching base on the highlighted items, and if you guys have any questions as we go through this, holler, please. Looking at the rec assistance, as you can see, the last year we budgeted $60,000. That is money that the city gives to Blair Youth Sports, so the softball, baseball, soccer complex. They use that to help fund their mower, and then just help to offset some of their expenses. We've had some meetings with them. The reason this is doubled for next year is 1, we need to continue that agreement. 2, we're also starting to look at what the future could hold. The mayor was there, Phil, we met with some of the, youth sports board members and are looking at different ways that we could support their programming, whether the city's more involved in helping maintain the facilities and then turn around through some, structure to charge a fee back to those groups that we could help, offset some of those costs. It would be something that we wouldn't go into lightly. It would be a major shift in how the city has provided rec programs to the community right now. And actually put together a survey to send out to the communities in Nebraska, and just to get a sense of what other communities are doing, what their charges are, how do they structure all of those rec programs. You go to Omaha, for instance, the city of Omaha puts on those rec programs. They hire coaches, they hire umpires. Blair, what we do is we give a small amount of money to help BYSA do those programs. They collect the fees from the participants, hire umps, coaches, the whole 9 yards. So something we're looking at, and that was not a push, I don't think, by anybody on the city necessarily. From my understanding and conversations is those groups are all rely a lot on volunteers right now. And from some of the conversations we've had, that it's getting harder and harder to get volunteers to come do that and people to serve on those boards, not only to do the physical work on the fields, but to actually show up and keep things running. To the point where I think they're having to pay certain people to come just to show up to run a concession stand and things like that. So, all that to say, we're kind of starting to dig into that and what the next phase could be.
So we're kind of facing something similar like with the concerns with the fire department. When you got volunteers, number one, there's just a natural rotation in life that you need new volunteers. It's getting harder and harder to find them. And it's harder and harder to find people who are just willing to commit that kind of time to do those kinds of programs. It's one thing to have my kid involved and I'll drive them all over the place to go to tournaments and things like that. But I don't want to have to run a program myself. I just want my kid involved in one. And so it's getting more difficult. We just don't know what we're going to be facing in reality as the number of volunteers willing to commit that kind of time keeps shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. The current leadership in many of these programs would like to age themselves out. Their kids have been done playing for a long time. They can't find anybody else to run it, and they're not sure what to do.
Is there a committee from the council that's on this?
Well, and that's one of the things Mayor and I have talked a little bit about is, does she need to maybe look at considering
I'm not volunteering.
forming a new committee?
I'm just asking. It sounds like there should be somebody
Took the words out of my mouth. I'm like,
from the council on this committee, because this is a lot of money and we gotta know where it's going and all that.
right.
Yeah, and we're pretty early in the process, like I said. Right now, a lot more in the research just to understand what's everybody else doing? What are our options? Like I said, there's a long way to go between where we're at and where we could go. Whether there's an ad hoc committee or.
And they justified a lot of these expenses too. I mean, their insurance rates have gone through the roof and utilities have also gone up, and they really don't want to put that on the family. They still want to keep it at a low rate so that their kids can play t-ball, their kids can play softball. They want to be able to do that still. Otherwise, those expenses are going to have to go on to somebody else.
Well, I mean, I think that's great to have those. However, if the interest isn't there, isn't that indicative that these organizations aren't sustainable without public subsidies? I mean, is that then what we're looking at, is publicly subsidizing?
Well, and part of the challenge, and I'm not lining up on one side or the other, but part of the challenge is you don't have people who are willing to volunteer to lead these organizations, but they want their kids to be involved in one and they expect one to still be there. So I expect to have an organization I can send my kid to. I just don't want to run it. So what's wrong with you, city, when you don't have a program for my kid?
Don't churches face that same problem? So,
Lots of organizations.
okay.
And that's where we need to do our due diligence and our research to understand what is the need, what is the desire. Is there a price point to say, if we got to that point where I'm willing to pay a little bit more to just drop my kid off and not have to, there's coaches that show up and they have to drag fields and chalk them to get ready for the game. Whereas there's a lot of people that I don't have the time to come in take an extra hour off of work to go do that, I'll gladly pay an extra $50. You can go hire somebody. So that's kind of what we're exploring right now. Any other questions? Okay. Then second page there, the parks budget. Tom, put in some requests, in the office equipment, as he mentioned earlier, for park cameras. I believe the depot got taken care of this year. Generations Park, the splash pad, so we're making progress on that. And then the motorized equipment line items, those are some requests from the guys in the Parks Department. Just additional equipment, tools to put on the UTV and things like that. They did request a new pickup and a replacement of the UTV. So the orange Kubota UTVs, this will be 11 years old. And similar as the police department said, it gets a lot of hard miles. It plows all the bike trails, so it's due. And then I also budgeted another 25,000 just to keep working on replacing signs and updating park tables, trash cans, all of those kind of features in the parks. The big ticket item, and Phil alluded to this earlier, the 500,000 for the restroom building at RV Park. If you remember last year, we budgeted 300. I've asked the guys to verify this number again. The last look we had at it from the contractor, the prices did go up. We're estimating with the building purchase and the site prep, $500,000. To that, we are working on a grant for $250,000 from the Land and Water Conservation Fund. The city got that grant for Generations Park several years ago. And then also a $50,000 grant from the NRD.
Are those new picnic tables at Generations Park underneath the awning there by the restrooms?
They're not new. They're ones we moved from another park to put in there.
Cause they're all rusty on the ends, the rubber's
Some are
peeling
getting old.
off, and they didn't look very nice, they didn't look very safe.
Yeah, we'll be getting some new stuff this, probably in the next month for roads, parks. We got a grant, to do some improvements there. So we're kind of trying to pick a new style, and that's what we're gonna go with. To kind of replace all those things, so everything matches.
CJ, on this 500,000, I mean, with the grants applied, if we do get that full grant, then are we looking at our expenditure being 300,000 less than the 500,000?
Correct.
Okay, so 200,000.
Well, the net difference would be, that you show the full expense
Okay,
here.
okay.
Yeah, so that's, the way the budgeting works, you have to show the full expense here, you show revenue on the revenue side to compensate for part of that. And then the net is coming out of your sales tax, property tax, whatever your revenues are.
Okay, and this was one of those things that if we don't get the grant,
Correct.
we can
If we
obviously.
don't get the grants, we won't spend the 500,000.
Okay.
But
Now, does this,
something the park board is very passionate, project they're very passionate about to get done.
and this includes not just bathroom, but we talked about possibly taking out the playground and then adding a couple, 2, 3 more sites. Is that
Yeah, we
included
could
in that
definitely
total?
look at that. That would be a minimal expense. It's something staff could do relatively inexpensive. Let's take out the playground. The playground at RV Park is bad. Yeah. It's one of the last ones we haven't done the board in place surfacing. So it wouldn't be a huge expense to do that.
I know they need to improve the water fill there as well. We used that the other day, and you turn it on and it's spraying you, which felt great when it was 100 degrees outside. But on a normal day, you don't want to shower while you're doing that. So that I think is just the easy fitting.
I was gonna point out to CJ, not only would this be an RV park bathroom, it's a shower house, right?
Correct.
It's also like a trailhead
Correct.
bathroom, because as we extend the trail down Nebraska Street, this is a spot, so it's not just RV people who would be using this, it could also be a trailhead as well for our trail system.
So it's regular bathroom facility, and it'd be heated and available.
Correct,
Well,
correct.
And what we're looking at, I think everybody knows this, but is a prefab building similar to what the Game and Parks has been going to. If you go to any of the Game and Parks, like Summit Lake has one. It's a prefab building. What we're spec'd out was, it's basically four, I don't know, stalls with a shower and a stool and a sink and everything. So it's unisex. You have everything you need. You could go in there, shower, use the restroom. But like the mayor said, you could use that if you're riding your bike down the trail. As we continue to do that trail expansion, the guys are working on a second block of Nebraska Street right now. So eventually we'll get there with the bike trail. You could park there, get on the bike trail.
And they looked at other alternatives that maybe are not, I mean, there isn't, I mean, obviously with the grant, that's still $200,000, but I'm just thinking the majority of at least campers, myself included, you get your facilities at the camper. You're not using those facilities very frequently, and I think they probably are gonna be abused in a lot of ways by those who are probably tent camping there and some. Have they looked at other options, maybe that are a little less expensive than the 500,000 out there?
We definitely could. We could look at, a 2-stall, there's different configurations. that we
And
could
that's generally, I mean, but basically what you're looking for is just fewer units.
Yeah, and I really think for the average campground, I mean, I know I go to Wilson Island once in a while. No one really uses those shower houses unless they're tent camping, and we don't really encourage the tent camping there. We want, campers, most of those got the shower and the toilet. People would rather use that. So I think options with less expensive.
Definitely.
I don't know if the park board's actually focused on that at all. Please think about the numbers.
I don't think we
what
have,
what a 2-unit would cost as opposed to a 4.
no, not in depth. But
Are
that's
more
definitely
spaces
something.
needed there? You're talking about.
Yeah, we're thinking to take out the playground, and then you could have maybe 2 or 3 pull-through spaces, which everybody wants to pull throughs, especially with the larger campers and so
See, I've never
forth.
seen it that full that
It can be, and since the playground is something that's more of a maintenance issue and is an eyesore at this particular point, it'd be better to have that extra potential income from those. But I mean, I think of Wilson Island and the one area that they have, and I think there might be 2 shower stalls, 1 male, 1 female, and that's it for probably 30 spaces or so in.
It definitely something.
Yeah, I think it's 4 stalls would be pretty big.
Good point.
Yeah, moving on, paving, just, we doubled that, requesting to double that from last year, to just get caught up on some of the park paving. There's the little park out at Southern Hills. We need to put a parking lot, some sidewalks in out there. And then there's 80,000 earmarked for playground equipment. That would be specifically for resurfacing Lions Park. Believe that was one of the first parks we put that forward in place servicing on, probably 10 years ago now. So it's starting to show its age, and vandalism in town. The kids get a stick and they pry away at it. James wasn't able to be here tonight, but he's been looking at different options from poured in place to like a tile system that locks in. So if somebody would vandalize one, you can pop a tile out and put it back in. So we're looking at that. And then the last thing, the construction project reserve, that $240,000. Those would all be partially grant funded projects. So again, if we didn't get the grants, we wouldn't do this work. But I've got an application in for the NRD, for several grants through the NRD. One would give us 90,000. We would match 60,000 with that. That would help kind of straighten up that section of the creek at Rhodes Park between the 19th Street and the pedestrian bridge there. If you looked when you go through there, that creek has a really nasty eddy forming in it. So we're losing more of the park every time we get a good rain. And then there's also a $50,000, which it's a dollar for dollar match grant that I applied for. So that would give us essentially $100,000 for trail expansion. Like I said, the guys are doing a block now. My rough math is about $13,000 a block with our guys doing the work. So $100,000, we could get quite a few blocks of bike trail put in. The goal would be to connect all the way down Nebraska Street from wherever we leave off this summer to work our way all the way down to 10th Street. And then eventually connect Nebraska Street down Highway 75, yeah, 75. From Hardy RV down to Taco Bell where the existing trail lets off. Yeah, any questions on the park?
So one of the things to pay attention to, he mentioned earlier the 95,000 that was on that page for the flatbed truck and the UTV. Keep in mind, the challenge over the next 6 weeks is going to be, where do we cut? What do we remove if we have to? What do you want to balance? You're thinking still about the police chief position and, you know, how important is that compared to both of these or one of these and which one's the more important? And so continue to think through some of those issues.
Police chief or fire chief?
No, I mean.
Captain.
Police captain, sorry. Sorry, I should have said chief, captain. So yeah, so you're trying to weigh all those things and balance out your priorities.
Cool.
All right, so pool.
Pool is very straightforward. No major deviations, I guess, from, just some minor increases on various line items. You'll notice the pool painting has $75,000 and the note says $25,000 each year for 3 years. This will be the 3rd year. So every 3rd year we paint, have the pool sandblasted, holes patched, and then they're repainted. The pool will be 100 years old. It's like 96 years old this year. So something I'm just put a
Happy celebration for that one.
That'll be a major event when we get to that point. There are times, depending on the weather in the winter, where the frost will take out basketball-sized chunks out of the wall, and we patch that and repaint it every year. But every 3 years, we try to go in there and sandblast it and put a new coat of paint over the whole thing.
That's gotta be one of the oldest pools, public pools in the state.
It's gotta be close. There's a public works project out of the Depression.
When the diving boards were wood with burlap sacks stapled shingle nails.
You got a good memory, right?
Remember those?
The good old days.
George Olsen wrote one.
Are there dinosaurs swimming in there too?
Remember there were snapping turtles?
One thing I'll have you notice too is that we didn't budget anything this year for the pool study. That's obviously still something that needs to be considered sometime down the road. You've got a baby pool basically that could be replaced with a zero entry on one side. There's other expansion possibilities.
Are there any grants for that?
For the studies, possibly. Yeah, we'll look into that. Especially the CCCFF sometime down the road might be able to do a planning grant for that, for a pool. Similar to what we're doing right now. But, that need's still going to be there, even though we're not trying to solve that issue this year. All right, any other questions? All right, into the big boys, streets. Now, streets ends up being into one of the new one of the different funds that's out there. So there's going to be a section that deals first with income that goes into this bucket and then eventually comes out. And two largest sources of income that go into the street fund is some that is from property tax, and then a good chunk from the highway allocation funds that we get from the state because of our lane miles. So, CJ.
Yeah, the first highlighted item is construction reserve. So that's some carryover funds for Honeybee Lane, which for all that's interested, Honeybee Lane, the second phase of that should get poured tomorrow. And then Jake put out a thing today, Highway 30 will have some lane closures. I think next week after the holiday, they're going to pour the turn lane off Highway 30 into Honeybee Lane. So there'll be, over the next couple weeks, some work getting that all done. But we're really close to having Honeybee Lane all the way through. About halfway down the page is, you'll see that highlighted as the highway allocation fund. So as council remembers, every year we turn a lane mile report to the state, and then there's a formula that they go through, and based on how many lane miles of streets we maintain in town, they provide funding to help with that. And then a little further down, there's some bond proceeds, and some of those are repaid. I think of the right word here. The collateral, I guess, for those bonds is the highway allocation funds. And those are used for some various projects that we'll discuss later on here. Kind of getting into some of the expenses. So we have $300,000 earmarked for engineering and consultant fees. I think I asked for this the last year. Would like to consider doing a master stormwater plan for the city. You know, we've had some issues last August with the storm, with individual lots having some major runoff. The city of Blair does not have like an overall stormwater management plan. So when new developments do come in, we kind of treat each of them as their own. Working with a consultant, we could put together a citywide plan. So when developments come in, we can tell them what kind of parameters they need to meet, so that we know we're not increasing stormwater runoff into the creeks that are already having issues. Some of that is also, we've considered a transportation plan as part of the comp plan process. Obviously, if the comp plan doesn't happen this year, then we'll hold off on that transportation plan. And then there's also some funding in there for work on the North Bypass planning, things of that nature. We did, sign the agreements and get the notice to proceed from the state to begin the environmental review and come up with some different route alternatives this year. And then there's also $210,000 in professional services. As a reminder, some of you may have gotten an invite. I know some of the community members did, from SEH to be part of the Safe Streets for All steering committee. So that project is happening. We'll probably have a kickoff meeting sometime in July to get that process going. Again, that was a grant we got. The whole project cost is $200,000. The grant was $160,000, so our share of that whole plan will be $40,000. So that's kind of the bulk of that line. Going on to the next page, $175,000 for culverts. That includes all of the inlet tops that you see around town, those curb inlet tops where the storm sewers drain into. A lot of those are in bad shape. I know Mark and Lowell have identified probably 50 of those that need to be replaced, and they're $3,000 to $5,000 a piece, depending on how big they are, what the footings are like. So we got some money in there. And then just to help with general stormwater issues, fixing pipes that wash out, things like that. Holiday lighting fund. The guys did change out the lights on this building, if you'll notice, for the 4th of July. So they are red, white, and blue. So it's nice just to be able to do some of those things. Giving you some of the capital expenses.
CJ, real quick.
Sorry.
A $20,000 increase in holiday lighting from last year. I mean, I know we budgeted 40 last time.
Did we spend it?
I mean,
We did not.
I know, but don't spend that much. I mean,
It's a good question. I mean, that's something the council will have to decide. I know
Well, are you looking at 4785?
That's what I'm
The
looking at.
income or the expense someplace?
the
5394.
94.
Gotcha.
I'm just seems like.
So one's the income and the other's the outcome?
Yeah.
He's pretty. Yeah. Just not there. Scrooge.
Well, but look how much we've spent. I mean,
Yeah,
We spent 10,000 so far?
that could be a license plate reader.
As of June 6th, yeah. Now, again, the reason I mention it is because all of that's coming from the hotel occupation tax. So we're transferring that money in here from the hotel occupation tax, spending it. If we don't spend it, we're not gonna transfer it in and do nothing with it, so, but it's not property tax.
Thanks.
It just seems random. I mean, it just seems like you throw a number on the wall, against the wall for the holiday lights.
If you look back in 25, we ended up spending almost $47,000 with holiday lights.
Did they redo the?
So how many
Downtown.
more dollars we have to spend for lights?
Yeah, I believe we had to replace a bunch of that after some
Oh, that's
storm
changed.
damage.
It took out almost all of our lights. On
We don't have to.
24.
We need those lights.
And
They're insured, so we did get some insurance.
yeah, we did get some help with that. And something we're looking at is, what we have now are, they're not permanent lights, they're just a string of LED lights. So Dick's every year has to go up, all the roof lines down Main Street, on Washington Street, those are all provided by the city. So it's not just lights on this building or what you see it, on the tree during Tannenbaum. But I've been talking to some, companies that provide permanent lighting that then we could use. So instead of changing out light bulbs for the 4th of July, Jake could have an app and then we could change it red, white, and blue for the 4th of July. You could do pink for breast cancer awareness, you name it. We could do a lot more. So.
Yeah.
You get anything out of the business owners that own the buildings?
We don't historically, it was a challenge getting easements from them so that we could simply even have the lights up there in the first place. Because again, those are all privately owned buildings.
Even
They
the
granted us an
empty
easement
ones.
to be able to put lights up.
CJ, purple and white when Blair goes to skate first morning.
Black and gold on Black Friday.
Oh, stop.
I apologize for bringing it up.
He's getting tired.
Time for me to go home. Moving on, Lowell had asked, put in a request, for a tandem axle, dump truck, snowplow. They're expensive, they're $500,000 truck. To get it, if we ordered one today, it'd probably be 3 years before it got.
Like you said, didn't they just get one?
They got a smaller dump truck.
It's a big one.
This would be a much bigger one.
Okay.
We've also, we made a note here about possible lease to own. I believe we talked a little bit with the transportation committee at one of our meetings about this spring. Lowell's been approached. I say lease to own. It's, I don't know if that's the right terminology. You end up buying it. It's not something you turn back in at the end of the term, but instead of $500,000 this year, you could get the truck and pay $100,000 for
rent to
5 years, or it's a rent to own type of thing. So it's just something to consider. As Phil's mentioned, there's some things in here that we have to make some choices. I don't know that this truck is warranted right now with but the growth we've had. I know Lowell's concern was the bypass and some of the new developments coming in. Those are the developments are a little bit behind. We may not need this truck.
Is this kind of a thing, is it possible to budget, I don't know, $125,000 each year for the next 4 years, and then in the 4th year we buy it, because by then, we'll have more subdivisions.
Yeah, and we've talked about that, creating some kind of capital improvement fund that we could salt some money away in for this or a new pool or what have you.
Well, one thing Blair historically just has not done that other cities do is a CIP program, capital improvement program. And with that, you start kind of setting up a model where you can start diverting some monies over time with the goal that in 4 years we need this. And so you kind of lay it out, and it just takes planning and discipline and time.
So if we reduce that down to say 150, and you're thinking maybe in 3 years we might need it, or not 3, that's how long it would take to actually produce it, then I guess it would make it 6 years down the road. So
we budgeted that much, and the reality would be if today the council said, go buy that truck, it might be 6 months before they're ready to issue a payment. I know the last truck we did, we ordered it, I think we put a small down payment. A year into it, we paid 50% of what was left, and then we paid the last bit when we picked it up, but it took over 2 years to get the last truck built.
So you think that instead of budgeting 500,000, and it's a 3 year, we wouldn't pay the balance until it's delivered, I assume at that point. So if we scale that back, it's not gonna be done until 3 years anyway.
Most likely.
Would that make sense then on the budget to take that amount and
Yeah, I think depending upon what they allow us to do,
Yeah, definitely worth looking into. The next big item is the paving of street and highways. So this is where we take out all of the funds for the mill and overlay, the UBAS, crack sealing, things like that. As I mentioned a couple of weeks ago at a council meeting when we approved we went out for bids for the asphalt. We'll be approving those at the next meeting. We've got a lot of asphalt streets that need attention. You know, typically in the last few years, you can see we've done budgeted 450,000. 25, we went a little over that. We'll spend all of that this year. We could put 1.5 million in here and spend all of it. So we're asking for 800,000. We'll use every bit of that to refurbish streets, whether that's all mill and overlay or perhaps some mill and overlay and some UBAS like we did in 66 Heights a couple years ago. And then below that is construction contracts for street and alley. What I'd like to get into the position where we could work with a local concrete guy and set up some kind of not to exceed agreement, or a set up price per yard and guarantee them, let's say $50,000 or $75,000 or something of that amount. And then when we have some work that needs done, we could just, they may not have a set project in mind when they start, but over the course of the year, we're going to have patch repairs or things that the guys need help with. We'll have that contractor come in and do that. But then that would also leave some money for some of the more complicated concrete projects that, you know, is maybe just a little bit above what our guys want to bite off. So that's what that 250,000 represents. Then on the last page of the streets, the 9 million under street districts. That is all, how do I want to put it? It's based on if we need it, I guess the best way to put it. So if we have a development come in, like Elk Ridge, for instance, that's going to be an assessed, the streets will be assessed. So as Phil mentioned earlier, kind of talking about the debt service, we need to budget for that, pay for that. We'll take out a small bond, some of that to get the initial work done. And then it'll be reimbursed to the city through assessments. But this gives us the budget when Elk Creek guys are ready to put those streets in, we're ready to go and get that work done. So if some of these projects, you know, we don't end up assessing these, we just won't do the projects. And then below that, 2 million is set aside for the 25th Street, Patak Street improvements, a little bit of Honeybee Lane. And then we have $1 million for trails, which is specifically set aside for the River Road Connector Trail. I know that's been an ongoing project. I know the council's aware. We've had some back and forth with Union Pacific Railroad on getting permission to cross. As of right now, everything looks good on the ability to cross. It'll just come down to a matter of tweaking the design to make sure that they're happy with what we do, to make sure everybody's safe crossing those railroad lines. JEO has gotten the notice to proceed. The railroad signed off on it at this point to do the full design. So we're working through that right now. And then there's another 2 million set out for the Hollow Road box culvert. So we're working on securing right now all the right-of-way easements that we need. So that'd be to replace the box culvert on Hollow Road and then turn the old Skunk Hollow Road, everybody calls it, from a minimum maintenance road into a traditional rural section gravel road, which would open up, you know, that road for access back to Southern Hills. And then last highlighted items are just the bond payments that are in there. Any questions on the streets?
CJ, for the $800,000 for the overlay costs, is Is that because just the costs have gone up or because we've gotten behind on our maintenance?
A little bit of both.
Both,
Costs,
okay.
not so much, but, we just need to get caught up. We need to take a big swing at it and get caught up. And, you know, what we found doing some of these bids, if the bigger the project, we get a better unit price. You know, get somebody to come up here and take a big swing at it.
Some of this is, as CJ tried to explain, is kind of funded by, well, if that project happens, that's when you spend it. But if that project doesn't go forward, you don't spend it, you just borrow the money. So it's kind of a wash on the income side and on the expense side. That's one though that we'll ultimately have to really decide and work closely with the transportation committee on, do you want to take a big swing, as he said, on it, or do you want to just continue to do more of what we've done right now? You know, personally, like, we got to spend some more time kind of talking through the details, because we've got a certain amount of highway allocation bond money that we borrowed, but we've got to pay that back. And one of the things to notice on the last page is we're right now sitting at about 76% of our highway allocation funds that are coming in are really set aside now for debt payment, because we've already spent that money, you know. So you want to be careful on how much of that, you want to find years where you just don't have any revenue anymore, so. More to come, but we'll work with the transportation committee on that. Any other questions? Moving forward as quickly as you can. Then, I'll pause real quick since it's in the book. The rescue squad, basically what we've got here is, keep in mind, the rescue squad's different than the fire department. Fire department expenses for all the regular fire equipment, things that we do to support them, is all part of the general fund. This is simply then the rescue squad, and because of the fact that they're able to charge a fee for those rescue calls that go out, it's in a separate fund all by itself. Revenue comes in. Trying to work with the department to do a little bit better tracking on that. They have increased what they're charging and billing out. But then again, if they bill out and that person never pays, that insurance company never pays, historically they've never pursued those. So there's a potential loss that's involved with some of that revenue. But ultimately, they're trying to generate enough revenue to, over time, pay for new squad vehicles when they need them, as well as the annual retirement fund monies come from this as well. So those are two important expenses that we need to make sure that we're bringing in enough revenue on the rescue side to cover. Anything else you want to add for the sake of time? Okay, going forward. Sales tax then, before we get into wastewater. I don't know, David, anything special you want to add to the sales tax? I mean, I think, number one, over the last couple of years, I would say we've had a little bit of a lull on sales tax not really growing much. I'm hoping that's going to continue to change. Actually, some of the businesses that have been looking at locating here in Blair will have sales that will collect sales tax. So both, I'm pretty sure, calcium products, a lot of the sales that they have, even though they're selling to co-ops, there'll be some sales tax proceeds. The company that's looking at moving into possibly the old Mutual of Omaha building definitely has an online presence, and they would have a lot of sales tax that gets generated because of that. So any activity like that on the commercial side for the community helps a lot in generating sales tax, because we use it both for a large segment of property tax relief, as well as just some of those other community benefit programs.
Any interest of reviving the push for 0.5%?
Great point. The 0.5-cent sales tax, keep in mind, it has to be designated for certain projects, some things like that. In some of the conversations we've had with some consultants, the recommendation was to get through this election season, to look at it potentially in 2 years. And then the question is, are you going to have some specific projects that you can show that you really need to spend that money on? Now, one thing I'll add, I know Councilman Heifel went with us. Others from the police fire committee were invited, but we recently went with some of the members from the fire department and toured a couple of the other fire stations in the area, just to look and see what kind of amenities they have in case there was an ultimate decision made that, we need to look at maybe adding a few bays to this facility here, maybe get them a new training room. That would all be part of a major overall remodel for this building that would open up upstairs, back to a community room. Maybe have that be multi-purpose so the council meetings could be up there as well. So all that said, that could be a potential project. Fire department, city hall renovation, that would really ultimately require that additional half-cent sales tax. Whether the citizens would ultimately feel like, you know, that's something they can support, time will tell, right? But nothing planned for this next fiscal year.
Okay.
On line 4003, sales tax and motor vehicles. So we receive $450,000 a year from motor sales tax?
Yeah, so that's not vehicles that are sold here and licensed someplace else. That's simply vehicles that are purchased by people who live in Blair, and have to pay the sales tax.
Wow.
Yeah.
Keep buying hard.
Hey,
Right. And then the yellow highlighted ones are mostly the transfers, into general fund for property tax relief. And then for the insurance for the wellness program, so we do a transfer into our insurance program that helps compensate that cost. And then there's a library lease. If you remember, the library technically is owned by the library foundation, but we make the lease payments on their behalf. That comes out of sales tax. So any questions on sales tax? Money in, money out. Okay. CJ, wastewater.
All right. Well, if you've taken a look at the wastewater overall, we're behind the eight ball a little bit right now on wastewater. So on the income side, we're budgeting just over 1.3 million income, and that's from user fees. Looking at the total of everything coming out, I'm gonna get the highlights of this real quick and go back through it. You know, all the ins and outs, we end up upside down just over $1 million. So in the income side or the revenue side, like you see the user fees highlighted there, and then there's also a 1.8, a 1.6, and a 1.5 million in various spots. Those are all tied to, again, potential developments, not necessarily work that is budgeted or scheduled to happen. So you could, in a sense, look at this, pull those away, because those are reflected as income and expense. So it's essentially a wash. But again, if those developments didn't happen, we wouldn't spend that money. Now, if some of these do, say, Elk Ridge, you know, does some work, they go on and we do some assessments, we will spend that money, but then we will get that back through the assessment process. The big expense that the city is looking at doing this year, which we've already committed ourselves to, is the can't talk now. The capacity study at the plant. So that's where the $241,000 comes from. If you remember, over the last year or so, we've done a collection system study, which showed that several times in the last few years, our plant has gone beyond its design capacity for what it can handle in a day. We're designed to handle 2 million. The state says, okay, your plant's built for 2 million. We're going to cap you at 1 million, so you have that extra room to handle any fluctuations or anything like that. We've exceeded that several times over the last 5 years. So we need to take a really good look at what the plant can handle to make sure that we're set up for these future developments as they come in. We've seen, you know, the apartments and other growth on the Highway 30 corridor. We only have one wastewater plant. Everything that gets flushed goes down there. So we need to make sure we're ready to handle all that. Kind of looking at some of the other highlighted items, you know, we've put an increase in the major maintenance and motorized equipment funds. The water plant or the wastewater plant was built 1978, somewhere in there. The wastewater plant has not seen, I know we talked about this last year, has not seen a lot of improvements since then. Besides just basically routine maintenance. So a lot of these pumps, screens, the aerators, everything is 45, 50 years old. It's reaching the end of that life.
That's two different areas. So 5402 is your equipment.
Correct.
And your maintenance is, what is it? 5247.
Correct. So some of that is tied to just general maintenance and things that have been deferred. So stuff we need to get.
My question is that enough? Because, we talked about this last year.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Wasn't even that long ago, was it?
I think it was last year, Jake, not Jake, but Josh was here.
Yeah.
And kind of
Probably during
that, so.
It might have been during the budget.
Yeah.
At any rate, we, once we got all these budget numbers together and see how this is all shaken out, Phil and David and I talked today. David and I are planning on going down to the wastewater plant tomorrow, and we're gonna walk through with Josh. All right, what equipment needs replaced today? What could wait till next year? What's 5 years? So we can have a plan. And then if council remembers, this last fiscal year, we purchased this waterworks software to do all the rate computations. So I'm taking a good look, working on that, our plan. After David and I take a look down there, is to probably meet with the Water and Sewer Committee in the next couple of weeks and present some options of what we can do to make this, balance out a little bit better. Whether that's do nothing, whether that's adjust rates, cut expenses, or a combination of all three.
I'm just concerned. It just seems like the wastewater treatment plant's a redheaded child. The city of Blair. We had to kind of raise Cain last year to get people paid better and get some other things going down there. Let's not skimp here, because I'm not on the committee, but last thing you want to do is skimp here, because if this thing breaks, it's bad.
Right.
It's really bad.
Yeah, so Water and Sewer Committee is gonna have some interesting conversations here over these next 6 weeks. The reality that we're beginning to see now, and I don't know if we were distracted by all the work going on at the water treatment plant, and therefore, the wastewater plant just kind of got neglected. For those of you who've been on the council for a long time, they weren't willing to do increases of almost anything for a decade or more. Now the chicken's coming home to roost, and we're way behind on the revenue side. That's really what it comes down to. I think you can talk a little bit more about the revenues. You want me to?
Yeah, that's fine. I can jump in if I go off track.
Okay.
So we've been talking, like I said, I want to put everything through that software. So I've started plugging around with it and what different possibilities look like. One thing I think we want to focus on is what fees we charge the other communities that we serve. So just so everybody knows, we take all of the waste from Kennard, Fort Calhoun, the country estates, there's community partners, I guess, not just, every house in town. That's part of that. But what I want to look at is, not only rates across the board, but are we really charging a fair price for what we take in from Fort Calhoun and those kind of entities? And then something else to consider is our sewer rates are based off the water usage. So one thing we wanted to look at is that fair? Probably for most houses it is, because your sewer average is based off December, January, February water usage. So when you're supposedly using less water. But we have some commercial companies that maybe don't use a ton of water, but they contribute more to the waste side. So that model may not apply as good to them as it does to the average resident. So through that waterworks software, we're able to build out rate structures and then adjust. Okay, we could adjust just the rates affecting, not to pick on Fort Calhoun, but we could adjust Fort Calhoun's rates accordingly and see how that overall impacts the overall budget without you know, a big increase on the average resident. So there's, I guess, several different ways to skin the cat.
So we're currently charging the same amount for Calhoun sewer to be pumped all the way up here that we are for Blair residents for the sewer.
Not necessarily. There's a separate community rate. I don't have it off the top of my head. The average homeowner, I think, is, what do we say, $25 or less?
On the municipal side.
Yeah, I think it's 15.
15.
Yeah, so you're paying less than $20 for your base rate and your usage.
We just want to make sure that the per capita is roughly the same for those other communities. Otherwise, their residents might actually be paying less in sanitary sewer than our residents are.
You're right.
Doesn't need to be that way.
Does Lakeland run sewer?
They have their own treatment. Septic.
So all that to say, we know we got our work cut out for us on this.
Yeah, and one other thing, just a heads up that might be coming, but again, water and sewer will work very closely with you. You approved last year through the budget process a 10% increase for each of the next 3 years. Potentially, that's a 30% over 3 years. Okay, but we knew going into it that for this current year, it would be in effect with the usage in January, but not billed until March. We ended up having that delayed because of the conversion with BSNA and slowdowns on that whole process. So it really wasn't until April until the new fees kicked in. So we literally have financial reports now just from May. So 2 months is all we have of data to see what that rate is going to be doing. I'm concerned that we were so far behind that to wait until next April again for another price increase, it may not be smart. And part of what we want to talk to the Water and Sewer Committee about is, do we want to look at something that would tie it back into the fiscal year and not the way that we're doing the water rate increases. So more coming.
Any questions? Water?
Yes, quickly in the water.
Come on up, Corbin. You waited this whole time, so. That's, Corbin's coming up. I'll quick introduction. I don't know if everybody knows. So Corbin Hellman is the new water plant superintendent. So Jeff Combs has been the water superintendent for many years. Like 6 months or so ago, he came and talked to Mark and I, and he said, I'm getting close enough to retirement. I'm ready to kind of start rolling some of this back. So when did you start? Middle of May?
Middle of May.
Yeah. So Corbin had been, I picked on Fort Calhoun earlier.
Be careful.
Kind of Fort Calhoun's everything for many years. So been up here now since the middle of May, done an excellent job. You know, everybody's been impressed. Mark Hodson can't say enough about him. So
That's high praise.
That's right. You impressed Mark that quickly.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. So if you get a chance, you know, swing down by the plant, talk to Corbin, he'll give you the nickel tour. But yeah, we've got the water budget. What's that?
Raise that rate.
Yeah, it'll be 10 cents. So Corbin's kind of come in the middle of this, so some of this was already in the works probably before he got here, but you know, if we got any specific questions on projects or something, feel free to ask. Starting on the income page, the first, you can see the you know, incoming cash. It is what it is. Then kind of the big thing I want to talk about is this Cargill Capital Fund. So in the most recent contract with Cargill, they had asked that any funds that they're paying in that are in excess of the debt service that they're paying off. So if you remember the way we structured their agreement, out of all of the millions of dollars we've spent on plant improvement, they're paying for a good chunk of that. So anything that we bill them or they pay us that's over those payments, they've asked to essentially have put into a fund, this capital improvement fund, essentially, that we could use for water plant improvements down the line. So if we need a new pump, Corbin needs, you know, raise the tour, you know, amenities or something, you know, we've got the funds to do that. So that's what that fund is. And then we're actually meeting with the folks from Cargill here in a couple weeks to discuss, kind of the parameters of what that can be used for and when.
So does everybody feel comfortable with that? I mean, it's partly accounting of showing some excess funds, but the way the bonds work, when we borrow, hypothetically, just throw out some numbers, borrow $1 million and start paying it back, well, or get $1 million payment each year. What they want to see is that you got revenues of at least 1.3 million. Because they want to see that coverage over and above what your payment's going to be. Well, if you show them that, yes, we've got receipts of 1.3 million to cover our $1 million payment, the question is, you don't actually pay that $300,000 anywhere. Where's it going? Because we're taking that coverage from Cargill because they're primarily responsible for most of that debt. And Cargill, rightfully so, is saying, okay, fine, we're covering your extra coverage as well. Where does that money go, and does that benefit us at all? Now, it's not like they don't like the city, but they would like to make sure that maybe that excess money is being used for plant maintenance, certain things that do have a direct benefit to them, and not just, oh, it's a water main on Front Street over there. We sure appreciate you contributing that extra money for us. So they agreed in that contract that half of that overage, so in the sense of if we're using the 300,000, now 150,000, they just want us to account for 150,000 of that. And we either use it in ways that they feel like is beneficial ultimately to the production of the water plant and safety for them, or let it grow over time and use for a large maintenance program that again benefits the overall plant.
So the funds don't expire, they just continue to build.
Correct. Keep them in that account, and then we'll just continue to roll those forward each year if we don't spend them.
Is the 30-inch MC Wells pipe up and functional and you getting used?
Yes.
They're from left town.
They have left town. Yes. Not out of my hair yet, but
there's other issues that are going on. That's another subject. So and again, we just very quickly, we've made a lot of improvements down at the plants to not only have that line for them, so now there's the 30-inch service line and the original 27-inch service line that's available. But we did some redundancy at the plant so that we now have the capability of turning either one of those lines on or both of them all at the same time, depending on which valves are open or what pumps are running. Which that kind of redundancy at the beginning of the plant wasn't even planned for several years ago. When CJ and I started working on this project, we realized, well, you had one straw that you were pumping to two different locations. What if the one straw goes down? Then you're totally screwed, And so we worked with them, and some of the changes that you had approved over this last year and a half is so that we've got two independent streams now that we can turn on and off as the need is there. So.
Moving on, the user fees. So we're estimating almost $14 million in user fees. Just so everybody's aware, Cargill's contract is a public document. Their monthly water bill is almost $900,000 a month. So you can just see how much of that income is from Cargill versus the average citizen. So when people say my water bill went up $1, Cargill's went up $400,000 last year. And we'll probably be, when we discuss this capital fund, since the contract was signed, we increased one of the SRF loans to finish out some work at Phase 5, do this redundancy work. So we'll probably be revisiting the fee with Cargill again to make sure that we're properly accounting for all of those debt payments. About halfway down the page, there's $250,000. We just kind of plopped some money in there that we're hoping to get through a grant. If we were to further on in here, you'll see the purchase of a back truck. SRF proceeds. Again, these are loan funds if we end up following through with some of these projects. So we are already kind of working on the Highway 75 pump project. And we just started the pre-con meeting today for the Black Elk pump station. So work will be starting up at Black Elk in the next couple months. And then that would also cover the potential new water tower up off Kelly Drive in that Bear Creek subdivision. And then that 1.1 million from debt service would be, again, required if there's any assessment districts. And then as we get into the expenses, professional services, again, that's how to kind of help with engineering fees, things of that nature, to help these guys out down at the water plant. We'll probably be looking at bringing in a consultant this coming fiscal year to kind of help with just some plant tweaks to help with the throughput, to make sure that, you know, if we have a plant that's designed to do 27 million gallons a day, we want to make sure that we're getting every drop of water through that place. And then Tom added some more for software maintenance. The major maintenance line, 2 years ago, it was 1.5 million. We didn't do a whole lot given that phase 5 was going on and some other big projects. So last year we budgeted a little less. We're predicted to go over this year. So I'm requesting or asking for 1.5 million again this coming fiscal year. If you want to talk about the work that you're going to do in the pipe gallery
And the oldest section of the plant, the line buildup, the calcium buildup in the pipe is constricting the pipe, so we can't get the flows through that part of the plant like we should be able to. So they're gonna take apart the pipe gallery, clean those out, replace some valves in it, and do maintenance. It's, you know, was built in 1978, so it needs a little work. But that way we can start getting some of that, more of that flow that we should be getting, or seeing, be able to get through that part of the plants.
Yeah, and then also some money in there for Tom to do, you know, we talked about, we're trying to build this dark fiber network so we can basically have a direct connection to all the SCADA system. So that's the system that manages all the pumps, so that Corbin and the guys can adjust the pump at the water tower from the water plant. They don't have to go out and do it. Right now, that's all radio controlled. So if there's lightning, storms, issues like that, we have problems with that, the dark fiber will be more secure and more redundant. And then that 1.5 million, along with some of the maintenance, annual maintenance that the guys do, will give us the money to replace the media on 2 more filters. You know, $100,000 for the electronics at the plant. I think if anybody ever comes down to take a tour, you'll realize how much of that is a giant computer down there. Tom spends a lot of time down there. Dick's Electric is there every day.
A lot of days they're there working on it, and of course, Automatic Systems is down there working on the VLCs and SCADA system a lot. So.
CJ, has there been any fallout from last week's disapproval of the project there over on Highway 75 for the pump station?
No, not yet. And I don't think there would. I don't think it'd be fallout. I think, you know, they got the holidays coming up. Phil's going to be gone. So I try to talk to the landowner, you know, it's Almonds. The plat is there, so we have the lot there to put the pump station. So I think the landowner's still willing and interested in working with us to do that.
Yeah, they're
and
meeting
get the work done.
later tomorrow to talk a little bit about strategy going forward. We've expressed to them, hey, if they're, because again, the plating was approved. So if you're interested even in going forward with Maple Drive and even 12th Street, then you've got buildable lots. You know, they don't have permission to do what they originally wanted with them. Maybe they'll get it in the future, maybe they won't. But they're not even buildable lots right now. You can say have a street and infrastructure there.
Yeah, and then the chemical budget's highlighted. You know, lime, alum, chlorine, all of the chemicals that go through, all the polymers. That is a major expense at the plant. You know, just over $2 million. You know, we're budgeting for next year. And that should help these guys replace some of the chemical pumps, get those things updated. Then you get into small tools, system maintenance. One thing, I guess, just for water, and wastewater. When we talk about like building maintenance or major maintenance, that's typically at the plants. But the utilities department also kind of lives in these funds. So the system maintenance has more to do with the distribution and collection system out in the field. So that $250,000 in system maintenance would be geared more towards Terry and the utility department to make repairs out in the field, replacing valves. We want to make sure that the valves we have throughout town work. So if we do have a break, we can isolate smaller sections of town to make those repairs.
And if I can interject here real quick, because obviously time is, it's been a long, long night for all of you. You know, if you're okay with like the Water and Sewer Committee meeting with us again to go into more detail to some of these kinds of things, I don't want to bore you all with a lot of the nickel and dime. And again, several $100,000 is not nickel and dimes, but when you start dealing with the water plant, then the multi-millions of dollars that we spend all the time down there just because of the activities. A couple $100,000 is nickels and dimes, you know, down there. So we don't want to go any slower or any faster than what you're all comfortable with, but we're fine dealing with the committees that oversee these areas in much more detail if you'd like us to speed it up.
There's a lot.
Pick it up.
Yeah. I'll hit the real highlights then. Yeah, thanks, Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, spare parts. Again, that's just keeping the guys, you know, make sure they have parts on hand for the work they need. Specialized equipment, you can kind of see what's in there. The big one on that is the almost $900,000 to replace the CO2 tanks from the original side of the plant. They did new ones with phase 5, but those CO2 tanks are getting corroded. They need to be replaced. And that is an actual hard number that we got a quote to get that replaced. The next,
I'll say real quick, as an example, that's the kind of thing that Cargill would like us to show, that we're making those kind of maintenance improvements to the plant, because that's critical for the whole plant to run. And so they feel much better about their debt overage going towards those kinds of things than, again, some man on Front Street.
And then I'll just touch on this one, the motorized equipment, that $550,000. The big one in there is a vac truck. And we did talk about possibly a grant to cover that. It'd be something that the utility department would use for sucking, you know, mud sucking, for excavating, jetting lines, cleaning lines. There's also the lead line inventory. I don't know if anybody's followed that news, that it's going to be a big project. So the city may end up needing this truck to essentially go and pothole everybody's in front of everybody's house, to look in their yard and see what material that line is made out of, as a part of a federal requirement that we have to do with by the end of November 27th. So hopefully, if we have to go that route, we'll be able to get some funding to help pay for it, to get that thing purchased. The rest of that gets into the kind of the debt payments, and the water construction. That 14 million is an offset of the 14 million in SRF proceeds. So again, if we build the water tower, we'll have loan funds to cover those. Any questions or anything? Take as much time as you guys want to.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. One thing I do want to mention to you is on the last page for this, and it's in the band's principal payment, or the band's payment. So when you get into the last numbers, 7329, it says 2023 bands principal, and then underneath that is interest and admin fee. Bands stand for bond anticipated notes. And so the way financing works is, when you're still working on a project and you're never quite sure what the total dollar amount is going to be, you often take out these bands first. You're anticipating the fact that I'm going to eventually take out bonds, but I need some short-term money first to be able to utilize. And then once I've paid for everything and all the construction's done, we know exactly what the total dollar amount is. Then I'm going to convert those bands, short-term, into long-term debt. Oftentimes with a band also, you can just pay the principal, or just pay the interest, sorry, for a while, and not have to pay off the principal until you're ready to roll forward with bonds or something like that. You'll notice in both the fiscal year 26, that's this year, and in next year on that line item, there's $6 million that we need to be paying, for this year, and then 4 million next year, because there was a $10 million ban that we took out that we've probably been reimbursed for already through the SRS loans. We just haven't paid the whole thing off quite yet, but that's coming. And so 6 million of our cash. So if you happen to look at that treasurer's report and think, wow, your water fund's got a lot of money in it. Well, it's the reason, because there's 6 million of that really we need to get these bans paid off sometime still this fiscal year, and then another 4 million next year. So that's just one of those big payments that we have to be planning for, that we are planning for. Okay, any other questions for the water fund? All right, thank you, CJ. Corbin, thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, welcome. All right, very, very briefly, everything else, I'm gonna go through very quickly. You've got a tab that is donated funds. The city does have a special fund, again, special bucket in and out, but that is, just has several categories. You can see all the categories listed for things that people can make contributions to, that are donations, and we just simply hold on to those. We don't plan to spend them until whoever's kind of responsible for that area, whether it's parks, whether it's police, whether it's library, when they say, I have a special project now that I want to use for those funds. No other public money's going to that. It's all just donated, but we hold on to it for them and then spend it out later on. Questions? All right, LD 840. Mike is here and still awake. Good job. Man.
I wondered why you were here all night.
Yeah. He wants to make sure he's going to get paid.
He's wondering too.
Yeah. So the LD 840 is our economic development fund. And obviously LD 840 is a significant part of that. But the revenue that we received in is generally monies that the city gives out of the sales tax for this kind of economic development. Now, we do have the ability through the program, the economic development program, to be able to borrow funds if for some reason there was a big project or a big payout that we wanted to be able to do. But historically, we've not necessarily done that. This is the fund, the bucket, that also received that $2 million special designated grant that was made available for Lutheran Family Services to do the improvements up at the Dana Village that they're doing up there. So it was $2 million. They had to raise $2 million. They've raised more than that. They should be wrapping up that project later this fall. And they've been working with Aaron closely on submitting receipts to us, and then we've been paying them out of that $2 million. So that project seems to be going very well. So appreciate that.
What's the Tofu Group Social House?
That's Huber's, wasn't it?
That's LB 840.
Huber's.
Social house.
Huber's.
Yeah, it's the Huber's Social House. It's a eating and drinking establishment downtown. That LB 840 had set some money aside for. They haven't expensed anything.
No.
And again, okay, yeah, and traditionally, we don't pay out for those kinds of programs until they're completely done with those projects. We've gotten burned early on in LB 840 by giving money and then a project didn't happen. We almost never do that. We did it per Star, just because they were, small, local, needed the cash up front. Even they had troubles then getting all the equipment that we'd given them money for, so they're in that process of paying that money back. And that's some of the receipts and revenues that are shown on the top part of the page. And then the lower part of the page simply is for the LB 840 projects, 1.4 million. And you can see in the notes how that's divided up. The bulk of that is still this grant that, again, part will be paid out this year, part next year, and then reserved for other projects. Or some of the other ones like Blair Crossings and again, the social house that you had mentioned. And then lastly, 6616, which is the gateway contract, we show as the $140,000. We will be finalizing that contract and bringing that back to you as the council between now and September. Any questions on that? All right. Then Keno, again, Keno is just simply the game that's played. So the revenue is shown up on the top side of that. You both have cash that's carried over as well as new revenue receipts that come in. We're anticipating a little bit of growth for those revenue receipts. Then the lower 2/3 of the page are just the expenses that the city has. Part of the expenses are for community betterment projects. So we've kind of tentatively set aside $100,000 there for some projects. you know, I don't really ever go into these budget years with a plan on what we want to spend that money for. That's really your job, you know? You realize that you do have some funds available to you as a council for projects that come along, as long as they are not individual privately owned projects, but they're for the betterment of the community. You've got a fund that you could utilize to pay for some of those things. We are transferring $150,000 into the general fund. $115,000 of that will be for property tax relief, and then potentially, we've done this the last couple of years budget-wise, $35,000 towards the senior center. We don't transfer that money unless we do those kinds of activities. So it's not like we're just throwing money someplace else and not really spending it at all. But we're budgeting that it could be used out of the Kendall fund for that if you chose to. Any questions on that? All right. Going on then, TIF. With this, you have a variety of them. They're shown up in the top left corner of each of these little spreadsheets on which of the TIF projects they are around town. Every single TIF project is its own little mini bucket. There's revenue going to come in and then ultimately expenses going out. It is a rare TIF project that has public aspects to it. The downtown district had one of those. That's been closed out and finalized. TIF 4, which is the second page in this TIF area, which is the work that was done up at Transformation Hill, that had some public aspect to it. There was water and sewer mains that were installed. So the city's capturing some of those TIF proceeds and then reimbursing ourselves and paying off the bonds that were issued or the debt that was issued for those kinds of things. But the traditional TIF program is monies that are collected based on the taxes that are paid for that development. It's sent to us, we hold on to it, and then usually twice a year, we pay them off when they show us receipts for how they've expensed some of those monies. And then that's continued to be done until all of the authorized debt that was in that redevelopment contract that was issued has all been collected and paid off to them. And then once that's done, we notify the county. You don't have to no longer have to divide the taxes that are paid, and then all of it goes to the rest of the taxing entities. So there's some accounting for each of those different TIF projects that are out there. Question? All in the city's daily ordinance. So that's the rough budget. We obviously have some tweaking to do on this. We will be working again diligently with the various committees. I guess the staffing changes potentially would be all officially approved in September for going into effect October 1. Final questions? Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, actually.
Yes, did we have any members of the public who wish to speak? You sure? All
Must
right.
be a slow night on TV or you don't like soccer.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right.
I propose a motion to adjourn this meeting of the city council.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, to adjourn the meeting. Please register your vote.
What was that?
Oh, jeez, I gotta get that. I know, I think that'll vote.
Seriously?
Oh, no, I was recording.
Rachel wants to stay for another hour.
We can do it verbal.
I used to do that.
What?
We can do